I'm invisible. Hold on a second. You haven't missed anything, Vaporeon. Boo! I appear to you. Hey! Nah, I was just like, oh shoot, I forgot one thing. I have to become tangible. Hey, how's everybody doing? I did. Okay, okay. Yeah, local expo. That, I hope you have fun with that. I've been wanting to go to a convention for a while. Tabletop, okay. So, not exactly what I'm usually into, but, you know, tabletops are always cool. Like, tabletop's always cool to just, like, watch, like, if you're at an event. So, I'm all for that. I feel like I'm not that far away from one of the biggest tabletop conventions out there. Like, literally 2 hours away. Yeah, it's Gen Con. I don't think I need to cover that. Like, everybody knows where Gen Con is. I'm far away, it doesn't matter to me. It's become endemic at this point. Not a pandemic? Well, I think we need to stop talking about pandemics at least for another 50 years. Anyway, yeah, it's been kind of tough for me to, like, just find time to stream. We lost a lot of tubers. Yeah. Was teaching the Star Wars TCG. Oh, nice. It's cool to see, like, people teaching, like, other streamers coming to, you know, going to events. I remember, like, at chess club seeing people, like, as a teen playing, just playing with their cards. Yeah, like, I think that the TCG for Star Wars was, like, started in the 90s or something. Maybe in the 80s, I don't remember. But they were cool looking cards. I had a few things to share, unless Ari wants to come in early and, watch a few, like, short vids with me before we get to the main event. Got a package to look out for? All right, I'll wait. I'll not waste time, but bide time. All right, so the first one, like a lot of like re-releases for Marvel are coming out recently, and like Konami has like helped with Marvel on some of the stuff there. I know this is from Limited Run Games, but this is another good sign. Like, classics coming back. I need a limited run. But now we can say welcome to Die on console. Also, I played the arcade cap of this. This is cool. Oh my gosh, NES one? Oh yeah, you can see Silver Surfer. Everybody's like thinking of AVGN now and his like mean mug. I mean, I used to be an arcade lurker as a kid. I had always wanted to play stuff. Like, now in the era of like free plays, it's like, yeah, what's funny, Vaporeon? Oh yeah, also Arcade's Revenge. I've seen speedruns of this. It's kind of wild. There's a hard difficulty Silver Surfer. Like, that's not hard enough, really. But Arcade's Revenge has music from the Fulham Brothers too, so And there's a second quest. Oh. Jeez. There's still some arcade games that are out there, though. Yeah, Silver Surfer. I mean, he dedicated a whole video to this. Whoa! That makes it playable. Oh, really? Yeah, so this Nintendo Switch, not Switch 2, Nintendo Switch. So they're making it capable to the largest audience. It's weird that they aren't putting it on PS4 since there's games. Xbox Series X and S and Steam. Yeah, I mean, it's still getting games, Ari. It's like dual overrides on PS4. People are gonna get that in 2027. It's like it's wild because like PS3 came out like late 2013. It's still getting support. It's basically outlasting the PS2 in terms of longevity. It's kind of crazy. People are still clinging on to their PS4s. Yeah, it's a good system. I mean, it sold 110 million like consoles. Like that still has a lot of like audience. Granted, like there's like 80 million for PS5, but and your PS4. I mean, PS3 you can still get games on the PSN store. That's what I've been doing with like the PS1 and 2 classics. The screener went bad. Oh man. But yeah, that was just something I wanted to share because like that's cool. But recently, Hard for Games, like apparently there was a Satellaview for Soul Blazer. This is like just recently, like they found and preserved 22 hours ago, like at your local exchange. Are you talking about the exchange, Cherry Bomb? Because I know a few around me.
You know, it's a weird thing, game preservation. Sometimes you get oddball stuff.
Yeah. I have some in my home state too.
Like this.
I know they're in Ohio, but
or sometimes it's freaking Soul Blazer.
Soul Blader. I mean, yeah, Soul Blader, the original name. There's so much better game stuff, yeah.
Or Soul Blader, as it was called in Japan. I was sent 2 Satellaview memory pack cartridges. One had Soul Blader and the other possibly nothing. By the way, big thank you to Marc-Andre Thibault for sending these over from Canada. For those unaware, the Satellaview was a Super Nintendo / Super Famicom satellite modem add-on peripheral.
This is something we could have gotten over here, but I feel like it would have been too niche. Granted, also old Nerf guns, nice. But the thing is, we did get peripherals that did come over, like the Super Game Boy, but not the same Super Game Boy 2, which helped the SNES last longer because you could play, actually play Pokemon on it if you didn't have a Game Boy itself. I know. I mean, there's some people with DSL, but those were fancy schmancy people. So there's that problem.
It hooked up to the bottom of the Super Famicom and allowed players to download games, digital magazines.
Yeah, imagine. I mean, there was X-Band, there was Sega Channel. X-Band was for both Genesis and SNES. I think also Saturn. But yeah, like the X-Band, Satellaview was this here. Yeah, Sega Channel was like something that I argue Sega Channel should have been initiated several years sooner. 8-minute storage. They could store a lot of files in comparison to PS1, honestly, which is kind of nice.
And other data that had been broadcast via Nintendo's Satellaview partner, Saint Giga.
Saint
By the
Giga.
way, amazing name, Saint Giga. Anyways, I was super excited to be able to dump Soul Blazer. Most people don't even realize it had been broadcast via Satellaview and only believe it had a retail release. And this Satellaview version had never been dumped before. Now, strangely enough, I had been a huge fan of Illusion of Gaia and Terranigma, the two latter titles in Quintet's unofficial Soul Blazer trilogy.
Yeah, like early SNES, I should say, they, like a lot of these games were just like, oh, unique, cool. And then as the quality started ramping up between 94 to 96, it's like, oh, this is the potential of the Super Nintendo. Shout outs to Ari for beating this wonderful game on stream. I need to play someday. I could probably play it on my SNES Classic.
Concepts of resurrection, restoration, and a connection with divine
Go follow them.
I even played the Grand Stream Saga, which is kinda sorta a spiritual sequel to that trilogy.
Yeah, some of the people from there went on to help make Grand Stream Saga. I forget what they were called, but I think I have a copy of that on me.
In fact,
I might not.
My childhood
I might have to grab it.
Gaia box and cartridge right over there, and I still have my Grand Stream Saga disc right here. Which, by the way, I need to actually beat this at some point. Probably need to start it over again. I bought it like 16 years ago, played it like 2/3 of the way through.
I think I traded that in with Air Guys for my copy of Dot Hack Part 3 Outbreak.
And then kind of stopped.
I've only spent $10 trying to get 3 of the 4 parts of Dot Hack Original, and man, quarantine's gonna take a while.
However, despite that fandom, I had never actually played Soul Blazer, even though I was always curious about it. That is, until a few months ago. I finally picked it up and started playing it. Then, a few weeks later, by happy coincidence, I was...
Yeah, I think the president of Quintet just basically ghosted everybody. Which is like the craziest gaming story out there. It's like they just, nobody can contact him or them.
Contacted about this cart. Soul Blazer had a simpler story compared to the latter titles, but the gameplay loop is very satisfying, if a bit repetitive. Go into a new area, fight waves of enemies, and once they're defeated, their spawn points turn into a switch. Pressing it releases villagers, houses, and a massive number of...
Asia works in Vic, Ireland. Really interesting. That's kind of wild.
Goats back into existence. They aid you by giving you items, hints, and open story elements you couldn't access before. Then back to battle with your newfound content, rinse and repeat.
I mean, if Square Enix could possibly, bring back those games like from the SNES era, I'm sure they could.
Sort of like how in Zelda you gain items so you can backtrack and accomplish new things in old areas. Kinda like that. So what was this?
There's a lot of backtracking in Soul Blazer.
Well, upon dumping it, drum roll please, it's the full game. They broadcast the full damn thing for download. However, it is also a demo, but not a demo version. See, they set it to a limited number of plays before it would be inaccessible. Sort of like a countdown timer on the number of plays you could have. We don't know how many times you could boot it, but
hey Blaze, welcome on in.
Typical with Satellaview. I didn't realize this at first and couldn't get the dump to work, but Satellaview expert Luigi Blood told me that if I booted the version of the BSX kart ROM without the DRM, it would ignore this aspect and allow the user to play. By the way, I am using the BSNES emulator. The ROM is 1-to-1 exact with the retail release of Soul Blazer for the Super Famicom, so it's not any different. Not a preview or a special version, but it's also the first time this has been dumped, so if you want to play Soul Blazer with extra annoying steps, now you...
Oh, Sherry, I don't think you were around when I was sharing the Secrets of the Sega Channel video from Video Game History Foundation. Like, that was the coolest thing I could, ever run into. Like, apparently there's a Lost Levels version of Garfield Caught in the Act.
You can. Is it disappointing? Well, kinda, but now we know for sure, and it's another unpreserved Satellaview game checked off the list. Speaking of which, the next memory pack, which supposedly had nothing on it, had a game. It's Daibakosho Jinsei Gekyo Oedo Niki, which I'm sure none of you have heard of. I've read that the English name is basically Big Laugh Life Theater, or Great Burst of Laughter Life Theater, Edo Diary, both of which could be wrong. One was from Google Translate and the other was a random website. So take those translations for what they're worth. Nobody talks about this game, at least not enough to have a commonly accepted English translation name. As you can tell, it's a board game taking place in the Edo period. This is me playing, basically pressing yes to the first option available on every menu, unless it won't let me, in which case I'm pressing the second option. It is mega text heavy, but it's kind of cute and silly. I kind of wish I knew more about what was going on. Anyways, this did have a Super Famicom release. And the Satellaview version is ever so slightly different. Probably not noticeable in gameplay in any meaningful way though. But technically the ROM is different. Once again, thank you to Luigi Blood for discovering this. So now we have a previously undumped Satellaview version of this game, and Soul Blazer checked off the Satellaview dumping list. Like I said at the beginning of the video, preservation is odd. You never know what bits and pieces are going to come your way. So, should I review Soul Blazer? I really want to. Now normally we focus on preservation, but this channel used to do a ton of reviews. However, these days, when we post something that isn't like a big prototype discovery, unfortunately, I don't know if it's the algorithm or what, but people tend to change the channel. But recently, we did release a review and coverage of the N64 Brew N64 Game Jam competition, and it did really well and actually gave me a lot of hope.
What? Why is Al's face all over there? I don't get this. Like, it's not tool time.
That we could cover more of what we want to and not just do preservation or dumping content. So I don't know, no wrong answers, but if I released a review of Soul Blazer, would you watch it? Either way, thank you for tuning in to this video and hope to see you all back for the next one. Take care, guys.
Yeah, that's really wild. I had no idea Soul Blazer was basically put on Satellaview. So that's cool. I'm really happy about that. That's really interesting. Let's see what else I would show here. Speaking of online stuff, I guess we could talk about forgotten PS2 online games. Wild Blue Skies. I did not.
It's accessible, especially.
Hold up a second.
Modern online gaming. Press 2 buttons and make Snoop Dogg dance with Goku. But it wasn't always this accessible, especially on console.
Oh. Where'd you put it at? I mean, you could have just DM'd me the message. I would have totally put it up. I don't see it. Oh, you didn't link it anywhere. Do you want to link it to me in chat, Vaporeon? I'd be eager to share it.
Relative to how many consoles were actually sold, few people played the PS2 online, but those lucky few had some incredible experiences back in the early 2000s. When it all worked, of course, but for every SOCOM and Monster Hunter, you had these forgotten online PS2 games.
Yeah, these were online games. I think I heard your post in Discord. Okay. Yeah, just put it in video games. The Monster Hunter, was online, but it wasn't like the Monster Hunter we know today. And SOCOM, of course, is SOCOM.
Let me know what your favourite PS2 online game was down below, but don't drown your sorrows.
Oh, I didn't know Seven Sorrows had online features. I know this game was like a lot of people liked. It's not your grandfather's.
Given how much online...
I mean, granted, in 2000 to 2003, people had like DSL, not just dial-up was available. I don't think anybody had fiber, but I think DSL and broadband was more adapted by now.
And gaming has grown over the past 2 decades, it's shocking that Gauntlet, you know, the original arcade co-op RPG, hasn't become a more mainstream franchise in some capacity. Dungeon crawling with your mates is some of the most fun you can have playing games, but there hasn't been a new game in the Gauntlet franchise in 11 years. In fact, the last game was developed by the Helldivers 2 developers, Arrowhead Studios.
Okay. Let me see, what's this about? Oh, is this the one that looks like Star Fox? Okay. They've been... So they're edging you on the completion delivery. That's annoying. Legally distinct Star Fox. Yeah. Hey, Flea. How you doing, Oomphy? This is a big love letter to Star Fox, honestly. I could see it. Okay, yeah, that's cool. It's on Steam only, but that's fine. And Humble Games too, okay. Like, I would love to check this out someday. But yeah, thank you, Vaporeon. Steam is a place to be. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind, using it. But back to this. Let's scale back a few seconds here.
In fact, the last game was developed by the Helldivers 2 developers, Arrowhead Studios, who you could say know it.
Okay, Helldivers 2 people did Gauntlet 7 Zeros. That's cool.
Thing or two.
Yeah, not a problem.
Gaming. Yeah, it does feel like the Gauntlet series has been pretty much passed by these days, with other franchises cherry-picking parts of Gauntlet to augment their own work, but that doesn't mean that Gauntlet wasn't at the cutting edge once upon a time. Before Arrowhead's take on the series, Midway developed and published Gauntlet 7 Sorrows.
Oh, 7 Midway.
Gauntlet trappings of the 4 original heroes.
You are missed.
Your wizard, your elf, your warrior, and your Valkyrie, delving into dungeons under the promise of loot and glory. There is a wide plot about the 4 heroes being betrayed by an emperor, who in turn was betrayed by their advisors and subsequently stole the heroes' immortality, becoming monsters as a result, but it's all about collecting shiny things either way. What made Gauntlet 7 Sorrows special though is that the full game is playable in either single player, local co-op, or online play, which feels like a standard for most games these days, but for 2005...
anything but mid, yeah.
Somehow, oops, that's upsetting. Yeah, Gauntlet 7 Sorrows was incredibly forward-thinking and will always be burned into our memories.
Crash and Burn. The one I'm thinking about is Auto Modelista, which heavily promoted the online feature. But Crash and Burn is something I've not heard about.
Now, you might not have heard of Crash and Burn, but you'll definitely have heard of the developer's output before. While they were known as Climax Racing back in 2004, the studio would...
Climax, what a name for a development company.
Best 7th generation racing games of all time, and that was Split Second.
Yeah, I want to play this. I've seen this game played a bunch. It looks so good.
The fact that Disney shut the studio down a year later, kiboshing a split-second sequel in the process, is practically a crime, and Disney should give us their Avatar money to say sorry. But we're getting off topic here. The studio might have ended with...
Where's my mind? I don't know.
Crash and Burn.
Next week?
Not on the same level as Split Second, unfortunately. What it is, however, is an ambitious attempt at online-focused destruction derby racing years before games like Wreckfest. On the surface, Crash and Burn
Hold up a
is
second.
fully generic arcade racing game, albeit...
I'm getting a signal. Beep beep. Beep beep banana phone. Weird. Why is it not accepting me? There we go. Okay. It's like, what the heck? You had to push the thing. I see. Like, huh. I'm doing this for my Chromebook, which is funny because I use that to read chat. Oh, hello.
Hello. Oh my god, I'm huge.
I see. Yeah, Big B. Big B, don't sting me.
Felly, if you're talking, I cannot hear you.
uh, did you check something? Hello, Moshi Moshi.
You may have to adjust your Discord settings.
Did it screw it up again? Testing, testing. Can you hear it? Testing, testing. No, it's on the right
Still
setting.
Cannot hear you.
Huh. Hello? I can hear you. I don't get what's going on.
Hold up. What do you have set as your microphone for Discord? Do you have your proper microphone set?
I do. Is your volume down?
No. Hold on a minute. I don't have you muted. Hold on a minute. Let me hang up and I'll call you back.
Okay. Hold up. Give us a second. Like, that's weird. It's like it's right on my mic. Aries trying to figure something out. Hello.
Hello? Okay, I can hear you now.
What
I know
happened?
What the problem was. It was Windows.
Oh.
Windows muted Discord.
Ah. Hilarious.
That's actually my fault because I muted it last night because I was playing Super Battle Golf with Brace and her friends.
Aw.
And I forgot to unmute it.
Yeah, I was kind of just zonked out after I got home from work, so.
Oh, you've been doing a lot lately.
Yeah, just even though I'm not doing like 50 to 60 hours of work, it's just like it's just.
Well, no, you've got other stuff going on.
Yeah. Like, I mean, I had wedding stuff and all that, and like, not my wedding, but another person's wedding.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Hey, you would tell me if it was your wedding, though, right?
Yes. You would be my best bee.
I would, for real.
For real, for real.
For real, for real. Wow. we got something special here. Anyway, I came on because it's 1 o'clock and I didn't want to keep you waiting. Amazon is keeping me waiting, and I'm sick of waiting for them.
Yeah. Don't get edged by Amazon. That's no good.
No, can't do that to me.
Okay. But yeah, like, I need to hang out with the Brace and other people. It feels like the one thing that I have stated with my parents is like, I've been missing out so much in the last few years, like, human interaction. It's just mainly work, like, gobbling up all my time. It's like,
it's tough because you were part-time at your job, right? But I guess like the way they scheduled your hours.
No, it's full-time. It's full-time. It's just
okay. So yeah, full-time.
They just
and I know this
changed the titles weirdly because like and that's the thing, because like I'm always kind of on call if someone's like in my areas, like like if too many people are sick, and because I'm basically Iron Manning things. So
yeah, that sucks. I mean, I know other people in that situation, but what I was gonna say was like if you're full time, no matter what your job is, like it barely leaves you any time to socialize with people
Oh,
on here or IRL.
not really, because like but the early into this job, like for a few years, it wasn't that bad. I just think
Yeah.
a lot of things that changed with the the company due to who's owning it is like caused problems, and like I think I've been taken advantage of too much because like I'm always eager to jump up and say yes, and people are telling
Yeah,
me so.
there are times when you have to say no, and then there are times when you have to nope out entirely.
Absolutely, yeah, I know. It's just like I'm. I
Like
th-
when I had to change jobs last year, it was a really good move on my part.
yeah. I think like so much has happened like post lockdown. Like it's even last 2 years, it's changed a lot, and it doesn't help that the last 3 summers that my managers had to have medical leave for things. Two of them like were necessary for hips. One was for a broken arm. So that just
Jeez.
screwed me entirely. Like I couldn't ask for time off when I wanted it, and I had to wait. And
Yeah,
so it's been all sorts of things. I've been telling my family this is like, yeah, that's not good for you. Like,
it isn't good for you.
and it's really like before that with my other job, it's like before COVID and stuff, is like I had plenty of time to socialize, plenty of time to do stuff. Like,
Hmm.
and I just think it's just, who I'm working with, and, feel, being taken advantage of, it took away a lot more time. So if it
Yeah, I
wasn't
hear
for
you.
that, I probably would have a better balance. It's like,
I
and
I know what you mean.
so it's not like I can't find time. It's just, it's,
It's tough. I know.
yeah. Anyway, hold on. Let me check I did the title right anyway, so I'm not worried about it. Okay. Uh, I put your name in there. I keep on forgetting. But right now, we're just talking about forgotten PS2 online games. Before they had to, make it pay to play online. This is a short
Yeah, right
video,
on.
so
Dangerous
this leads up quite well to the E3
and
conference.
Derby Twist. Races and events take place across iconic locations in America with a variety of event types.
You can hear stuff, right?
Yeah, I had it on too loud. I had to turn down a bit. But
Okay.
yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
In to give players more than just bog standard racing. Sure, that is there too, but there's also team racing and a host of battle modes like Last Man Standing, Running Man, that was disappointing, that movie, Bomb Tag, and Assassination. What separates Crash and Burn from the other arcade racing games
Oh
on
God,
PlayStation
everything's
PS2,
on fire!
especially those that offer
Oh, no.
play, is that Crash and Burn sported up to 16 players per race.
This
That's
looks
pretty.
a lot like do you know Destruction Derby?
I played that as a kid.
PS1 N64 era game.
Yeah, I played that as a kid. It's like
Yeah, I like
it's
that one.
stupid fun.
Which was rather ambitious for a PS2 racing game at that time.
16
Compare that
players
to
is pretty
Burnout 3,
wild.
for instance, which only offered support for 8 players, and there's no denying that Crash and Burn
Yeah, but that's
shot
the
for
one
moon.
everyone loves
Now, as for
and
whether they
knows.
stuck the landing,
Yeah.
well,
Burnout 3.
I guess you could say they derailed and immolated. Don't steal that joke, please.
Steel Lancer Arena International. Ooh. Hey,
I have
Flame.
no idea what this is.
PS2 gamers, or just anyone gaming during the 6th generation really, were absolutely munching down on their fill of mech games like a family of beavers at a pirate convention. Armored Core,
What?
Robotech, Front Mission, Robot Alchemic Drive, Ring of Red.
Oh, yeah.
Robot Alchemic Drive mentioned.
Yeah, Bloom has been playing that lately. The voice acting
Oh,
is that
everyone
is like
has.
is very campy. And the way
It's so funny.
and the way that the main character like shouts an exclamation Kia is like really weird. It's like it's not like how it was done in Japanese. It's like,
They had absolutely no voice direction there.
nope.
There were so many different kinds of mech games with different genres of play, meaning everyone who loves big robots fighting each other could have their needs met. If you just wanted to build mechs and compete against other pilots though, SLAI, Steel Lancer Arena International, is the game you need, though don't be surprised if you think you're playing online while you're playing the solo campaign. The whole game is modelled like some kind of Ready Player One cyberspace, only for you to control robots in the real world. It just also has an online mode too. Did you guys ever think the real Ready Player One would end up being Fortnite? Me neither. Set in the 2070s,
Ugh,
vision
that
was a
statement
very
really
chill
hurts me.
period of gaming. Players
Yeah, I
controlled
know.
a pilot known
I
as
went to
a
see
Wirehead.
Ready Player
These
One.
pilots mech-like robots called scoop vehicles who compete in arenas across the world. As a newcomer, you have to ride through the individual ranks of the world's 7 arenas, defeating the best wireheads to cement yourself as the greatest, customizing your own SV along the way with new weapons and parts.
Yeah,
Oh,
this
and
was
there's a
probably
serial
early
killer
PS2.
why not? Put Ted Bundy in a Gundam, just see what happens. See what happens. As for the online mode, SLAI took its own cue from the single player, with the leaderboard
Yeah.
rankings and, crucially, the ability to form your own clans. A modern version of this would be pretty interesting, but I promise not to go on
Planning
about
up
it
in early
forever.
2000s. EverQuest.
Whoa, this is what EverQuest was like?
MMOs
I
were
guess if you're on PS2, this is what it was. Yeah.
far between on the PS2, but there
I only
were
ever
a
played
few of them,
EverQuest
despite
2.
Sega proving that MMOs
man,
could
this
work
looks
on
like
consoles,
real
thanks to Phantasy Star Online
old
on
school.
Dreamcast. It took forever for developers to actually give plenty of proper MMO options for console play.
You know, this
Still,
looks a
PS2
lot
players had
like
Final Fantasy XI,
RuneScape,
Front
doesn't
Mission
it?
Online and Phantasy Star Universe to choose from. Pre-World of Warcraft, though, there was another big player in the MMO space that seems to have largely been forgotten about, and that was
This
EverQuest.
does look like
While
a
EverQuest
lot
did
like
appeal to
RuneScape,
traditional console gamers
but in
with
like a
the
different
Champions
point of
Norath
view.
games, Sony developed
Oh, I
a
forgot. Yeah, Champions of Norath was another one. Like,
a lot of people like that one.
EverQuest titled EverQuest Online Adventures. No PC players to tell you you're not raiding correctly, or whatever MMO players talk about Leroy Jenkins, and so on. Inspired in part by Square
This
Enix's
predated all
attempt
of
at
that.
console MMOs
Yeah.
with Final Fantasy XI.
I mean, he did
Sony
make that
wanted to
point, it was
create an
before.
MMO on PS2 that didn't need a hard drive to require play. The actual game itself offered plenty for MMO fans to dig their teeth into, with 15 playable classes and 10 races, along with hundreds of quests for players to work together and complete, or engage in PvP if they preferred to too. Sony would release an expansion pack about 8 months after the game's original release, Frontiers, which offered another race and class along with more quests and items. Amazingly,
It had to have been like early 2000s, right?
yeah,
Or just
EverQuest.
before that.
Yeah.
Quest Online Adventures would stay online until 2012, but there are
Dang.
modern players who aren't done with EverQuest.
I mean, it makes sense because,
MMOs last a long time because the companies want to wring every last cent out of it.
yeah, and to be fair, like 2012 is, makes sense because they discontinued like online service for PS2 like in 2013.
just yet, creating an unofficial server that lets
And
players relive two
PS2 in general.
in their own way. 10 out of 10 to that community.
Oh, would you excuse me for 1 minute?
Oh, did it arrive?
Yeah, it came. I gotta take it in. I'll be right back.
All right, no worries. But yeah, like I know the earliest online gaming that I did was the StarCraft. And I just like did, PC versus, like computer versus like player stuff mostly. With the maps that had like a lot of resources.
Alright, sorry about that. I didn't want anything to happen to it.
No worries. It just sounded like you just needed a minute to go back and forth. So
Yeah, the front door is really close by me. Whoa. What was that?
oh, that's just music playing.
Oh, it was super loud for me.
Oh, okay. Oh, there's like I guess I can lower it a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way,
Wow, you have been watching a lot of videos.
no, some of these are set up. Here's the E3 video. Here's the one that I wanted to share with you also. Oh, Final Fantasy VII took over the world.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay. But yeah, that was just stuff I had set up. That's not everything I've watched.
I see.
Hey, Elsa.
Guys, there's something arguably a bit cheeky about how the military sometimes...
Aw, that's very nice
Thank you
of you
very
to say.
much.
You can see this when the US military commissioned Full Spectrum Warrior, a video game designed to be a military training tool. Oof, getting a bit heavy compared to what we usually do here. Here's Danny DeVito with loads of hair. Considering Pandemic Studios had already developed Full Spectrum Warrior for the US Army, they decided that they should double dip and release the game commercially too, releasing the game on PS2 in 2005, about a year after...
Okay, that lines up with...
This makes me really uncomfortable. I'm just letting you know.
I know that they're just gonna probably go through it because like there's a few other games here, but it lines up. It lines up with everything.
PC and the
Yeah.
When you think about it, it's like I don't even need to say anything.
At the time. Instead of being about me defending my obsession with Metal Gear Solid 2, Full Spectrum Warrior is a squad-based shooter which gives players command over 2 fire teams, sometimes 3 during some missions in the game. Essentially, you need to command the squads efficiently, giving orders to lay down suppressing fire to advance and clear objects. With 1 bullet being enough
Sounds kind
to
of
end
like
everything,
Rainbow
Full
Six.
Spectrum Warrior is an
Yeah,
undeniably
basically.
hardcore shooter, but the first game didn't offer online support on PS2. Enter the uber-forgotten sequel, 10 Hammers, which offered co-op and competitive multiplayer for up to 4 players on PS2. I don't know anyone who played this, not a single soul, probably because it came out in like 2006. Sure, Xbox Live
People
did
do
have
not
a
really
slightly
think
better
of
experience, but still,
the
this is
PS2 as like
textbook
a
example of
online
forgotten
multiplayer
PS2
console.
online.
Not really, no.
Playing this game over
That was more of Xbox's
one
thing.
guy, 8 dudes, 7
Well,
brothers.
Xbox had you could plug 4 controllers into an OG Xbox, right? I'm pretty sure you could.
I think you could, yeah. One of these
Yeah, if
seven
I'm
Ride or
remembering
Die.
right.
I
By
think
the
I've heard of
time that
this.
2005 rolled round, the pure combat genre bubble had basically burst. The Twisted Metal hype was over with, and it didn't seem like anything new was really
Hip Twisted Metal.
that space. Ubisoft decided they would have a go. Why not? While car combat games in the past were typically aimed towards edgy teenage lads, Ubisoft's 187 Ride or Die...
I love
had a
those
more,
games.
well,
I used to
put
rock
two finer
Vigilante
points on it,
8 back in the
gangster.
day.
Yeah, I've seen copies of that.
Instead of clowns with flaming heads
It's a good
and
game.
guns, it's gangbangers in lowriders firing Uzis from the passenger seat. Reviews were naturally caustic at the idea, but also at the execution, considering the gameplay was repetitive and the car handling
Very mid scores, yeah.
There is a story mode here with players controlling Buck, who tries to rise through the ranks of the South Central criminal underworld. Apparently you do that by holding street races and riddling your opponents full of bullet holes. Hard to have any competition when the more
I can't help but look at this and
think
think this is reminding me of San Andreas.
It does have that feel, yeah.
Mario Kart Double Dash
Kinda,
with
yeah.
1 player driving and 1 shooting. It also featured a full online mode. There were your standard races.
Oh, yeah,
and
it's like-
a variety of destruction focused modes too. So if you wanted something of a different flavour after playing Twisted Metal Black, 187 Ride or Die was an option. It wasn't a good one, but it was an option. I spy with my little eye the next game coming right up.
PS2 Outbreak. Was that was not Parasite Eve. Resident Evil Outbreak, right? Or is it just called Outbreak alone?
I don't think I know that one.
Oh, Spy vs. Spy. I didn't know they had games for Spy vs. Spy here. That's wild.
Based on comic books, but a specific small comic strip. That's a bit more strange, making 1984 Spy vs. Spy.
Hey, Mike.
a bit of a
Mike, how you
trailblazer
doing?
In a certain respect. Based on the Mad magazine strip of the same name, Spy vs. Spy for the Commodore sees 2 almost identical spies, 1 black and 1 white, competing to steal some
Yeah,
important
I didn't know Spy vs. Spy had an online game for PS2. That's amazing.
In direct combat or by setting a few Looney Tunes.
We're doing all right. I've been kind of sleepy because, like, it's been unseasonably warm.
We need to take a look at the PS2 remake that launched in 2005. If we have to, I guess. Developed by Vicious Cycle, Spy vs. Spy for the PS2 retained that same competition between the black and white spy, but instead of being a side-scrolling adventure, this version was a first-person shooter. The objective was still the same, of trying to collect items on a map and escaping before the other spy, but they also threw in a story mode and a few more traditional multiplayer modes for up to 4 players.
Yeah, for dial-up modem,
Spy
it
vs.
probably
Spy
wasn't the
managed to
best.
earn almost as bad reviews as 187 Ride or Die, which should give you some idea of why the shooter happens to be
Plenty
one
of
of the
people
most
still had
successful
that
online PS2 games ever made.
during his time. Tribes Aerial Assault.
Yo, Tribes. Oh man. I used to love this
Perhaps
stuff.
the truest definition of a movement shooter in all of gaming, Tribes has been the sleeper hit of the PC shooter community for getting close to 3 decades at this point. Sure, the series
Hell
might
yeah.
be at the lowest point it's ever been, thanks to it
I don't think I've really seen Tribes before.
Before being sold to their subsidiary
Tribes 2 was my jam back in the day.
Games,
PS2 GameCube used dial-up modem.
Access release of Tribes 3 Rivals in 2024, and this point
GameCube only had like
abandonware as well.
a handful of games.
This is basically what we
Anyway,
like the
Tribes is
Halo
often considered
before
to be the
Halo,
one
if you can
multiplayer
imagine
shooter that's
that.
never
I can
really
imagine that,
transitioned
yeah.
From PC to consoles, but that's not entirely true, as the series was brought to PS2 in North America only.
God,
in
this is so much
2002.
fun.
Developed by Inevitable Entertainment, who would later become.
Oh, that early in the
Austin,
PS2 era.
Tribes Aerial Assault is essentially the multiplayer experience that PC players had become used to for a few years already, only condensed.
Yeah,
down
Phantasy
to
Star was like the only
all
real
the
big one
usual
for
multiplayer modes were
GameCube.
there for players to enjoy, like Deathmatch, Team Deathmatch, Capture the Flag, and Objective-Based mode.
Halo?
I don't know how enjoyable this would actually be trying to play this on a controller.
From all other
I mean, if you have to ask for OG Xbox, Halo. Halo 2.
Halo was
Playthroughs,
it.
though, is
It
the
was.
Yeah.
jetpack, allowing you way more mobility than you typically see in any other FPS, particularly on console. If you feel
There
like
was
playing
also,
Aerial Assault these days,
Phantasy
High
Star
Res
Online
did
was
release the
very
game
good
as
for
freeware
Xbox.
on the Tribes website.
Yeah,
That's
that
all
too.
fucked. Either way, it was free. So
Like
don't
if you
feel
do
bad for emulating
local
it.
multiplayer on Xbox with PSO, it ran a lot better than the game.
Hardware Online Arena. Tank game? No, just a combat.
Depending on where you look, you might think that this was the first ever online game made for the PS2. No, in reality, there had been plenty of online-enabled games released on the PS2 before November 2003's Hardware Online Arena, with Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 being considered by many to be the first ever PS2 online game. Online play in the early days on
Oh, I didn't know
PS2
Tony Hawk had online
with Sony
capabilities
giving developers
then.
the option to explore online services of their own. Imagine playing a PlayStation or Xbox console these days without some kind of centralized service.
Shout out to a friend I know who's like
Instead, hardware
totally
released
dedicated to Tony Hawk.
only in 2003 alongside the launch of Central Station, a Europe-only online service owned and operated by Sony. This service included the ability to create friends lists and see updates on PlayStation-related news, making it a precursor to PSN of sorts. Later on, Hardware Online Arena would even be bundled with the PS2 network adapter, making it a pretty popular release, but it would be ultimately forgotten before too long. As for the game itself, Hardware was yet another example of a car combat game with plenty of weapons, vehicles, and modes for players to enjoy. It even received a PSP follow-up called Fired Up, which actually featured a single-player campaign. Maybe we'll feature it
Oh, for
in a
PSP, huh?
video later about PSP online games? Anyway, final game of today.
Ah.
Wait a minute, this doesn't count. This isn't forgotten. Everyone knows this one.
I didn't know it had online features.
Oh, well, yeah, I guess that one part was forgotten. But people know this game.
Yeah, they know this game. I didn't know it was online.
Jimmy, there's no multiplayer mode in Dirge of Cerberus Final Fantasy VII. Clearly, your sanity has gone the way of your hairline, you old man. Go back to bed. First of all, rude. Second of all, you're technically correct. The Western release of Dirge of Cerberus was simply just the single-player experience, but Japan's release had a full online multiplayer mode, complete with its own story, missions, and characters. Unfortunately for anyone in the West who wanted to experience this for themselves, Square Enix made the decision to remove the multiplayer mode from the game in favour of making a purely single-player experience. The mode itself was hosted for just a few months in 2006, supported by Square's own Play Online multiplayer gaming service. See what I mean about services? The mode saw players
Oh god,
controlling
Play
a
Online, I
soldier
don't miss
trying to
that.
climb the ranks.
I don't miss Play Online either. Oh my gosh. That was like the worst thing ever for like Final Fantasy 9 and 10. It's like, yeah, no
And 11.
thanks. And 11. No thanks. We'll just go to
they're
game.
still using it for 11, by the way.
Oh, geez. No thanks. I'll go to GameFAQs. Thank you. It's like, that's just, yeah.
With the player competing in various modes like Deathmatch, Capture the Flag, and others. Unfortunately, most of the data for the mode was housed on Square's own servers, meaning it's been next to impossible to revisit this mode in the modern day, though there have been some attempts to archive as much information about the mode as possible. Really, really don't even have much footage of its existence, really. To Square's credit, crazy thing to say in 2026, they did retrofit some online content into unlockable bonus missions for the Western release, and released the mode cutscenes on special edition discs, but Dirge Cerberus' multiplayer mode serves as a very early example of an attempt to marry story and multiplayer, which always went well. Right, marry your eyes and your ears for the outro. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to do the outro. I never had PS2 Online back in the day. I don't know many people actually did, because they didn't.
I know you can augment your guns in this, but it just I never knew, like, they just took it away from, North American audiences. So it was like, I think that would have been cool.
Yeah, that was pretty unknown to me too.
It's like, you and I, we were like in high school going into college at this time. So basically, yeah. Hey, Shane, how you doing?
Okay, we didn't have broadband that commonly. Broadband was like a rich person thing, so I don't know if it was different in America. Was there loads of people? Let me know down below in the comments down below. I've been Jimmy for Culture Vultures. It's been good to have you, and I'll catch you when I catch you.
Yeah, I didn't play too many online games in this era other than like PSO, FF11, and the other one I tried briefly was Star Wars Galaxies, which I do remember being pretty good. I just wish I could have played more of it.
Yeah, I wasn't too much of an online player. I was just a single player experience. And now I'm trying to do a little bit more of that nowadays. But like that was the thing, is like I kind of should have tried more.
One of these days I'm gonna drag you into FF14 kicking and screaming.
No. Anyway,
no, anything but that.
No, anything but that. So we are about 3 minutes till an ad break. Do you want to just like let it, just take a break now, let it lapse, and just let's.
Well, you're gonna get ready for the main event, right? Like
yeah.
The main video. You're
get our bodies ready.
Get the break out of the way. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just do it.
All right. Well, we'll be back in about like 5-6 minutes, or 6-7 if you wait long enough.
Oh my God! Listen to this old man trying to be hip.
How you do, fellow kids? Anyway, be right back. All right, I'm back. Are you here, Ari?
Yep, I'm here.
Is your body Reggie?
This isn't a Nintendo one. Is that appropriate?
I mean, I gotta make a joke, sort of, but
Okay. It's definitely Reggie Fils-Aimé. Yes.
okay. Anyway, now it's the main course.
Okay.
This is a time when you and I were probably in high school, maybe college, and we might have seen this. It's like, oh God, the price, everything. It's like
We'll just say I was between jobs at this point. Leave it at that.
I gotcha. Of this E3, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kaz Harai.
So this is not the Macaw 45 video. This is a better quality one.
Yeah, he only had like a minute of it. It was just the snippet.
Oh, really? I thought he had like the whole thing.
I don't think he did, but I know what you're talking about because I looked earlier. I was like, I see. He did something about this.
2006 E3 press conference, and please accept my apologies for the delay in beginning this afternoon. Well, just one year ago, we stood before you, our industry friends and partners, and unveiled our plans for PlayStation 3 for the very first time. And the impact was immediate. We sent a message, and the message was clear.
I felt like it was really soon for them to reveal it, but it seems like every 6 years there's something new around the corner.
PlayStation 3 is not an incremental upgrade to our previous platform.
I think it's going to be a while before we get new consoles from anyone.
For computer entertainment today and for many more years to come. PlayStation 3 is a very powerful machine, yes, but technology is just an enabler. In essence, the real power of PlayStation 3 rests in the hands of the content creators and ultimately with the consumers. And let's face it, we aren't easily entertained these days. We want freedom, we want choice, we want to share experiences with others, but most importantly, we want to be entertained in new and unique ways. PlayStation 3 is meant to be the companion device in your living room, flexible enough.
It sticks to the logo for like a few minutes, but it's funny to just hear his voice.
It's an arsenal of media compatibility with seamless access to both packaged and non-packaged content through a networked environment. It seamlessly interacts with the PlayStation family of products, such as PlayStation Portable. And finally, PlayStation 3 is the best-of-breed computer entertainment platform. And make no mistake, PlayStation 3 is the most ambitious project we at Sony Computer Entertainment have ever undertaken in our very short history. It requires huge financial investment and commitment from the entire Sony group. But we must take risks to reap the rewards. And we're not about cutting corners to rush a product to market, and we're certainly not interested in gimmicks, clever rhetoric, or conventional thinking. The essence of the PlayStation DNA is real change, and the consumers are ready.
I don't know about that.
Occasions that the next generation doesn't start until we say it does. And today, PlayStation 3 is real. The future becomes reality.
Just like the One Piece.
November launch, we're very excited to share with you the phenomenal progress we've made in just a year's time. But before I go any further, I'd like to take a step back for a moment. We're all well aware that we would not be able to achieve greatness on PlayStation 3 without a strong foundation, and one of the foundations for us is PlayStation 2. Initially launched in March of 2000 in Japan, PlayStation 2 has grown into a global format, and the install base continues to grow in all markets worldwide. Most recently,
Yeah, they were
we
doing
very
pretty
pleased
well
to
by
achieve
this
the
point.
100
Yeah,
million
it's like-
milestone on PlayStation 2 in almost half the
If you look at any graph, it's like, oh my god, they're just killing everything. It's like
time it took us to get there on the original
over
PlayStation.
100 billion units
More
sold in 6
specifically, our
years.
global shipments
And
break
then it
down
just
to
slowed down
22.27
completely.
million in Japan and Asia.
Yeah, there's the numbers right there. Like North America just like eclipses that, and European like was trailing just low, a little bit lower.
41.82 million in North America and 38.6 million in the European and PAL markets, with a global total of 103.69.
Yeah, basically, Flame.
And for our
That's
current
interesting
fiscal year
that
that
even
began
back
April
then,
1st, we
it sold
forecast
more
shipping an
outside of
additional
Japan.
10 million PlayStation 2 units into the global market. On the software front, the numbers are just as impressive. We have shipped over 1 billion units of PlayStation 2 software worldwide. That's 1 billion units on PlayStation 2 alone in 6 years' time. And this is a major achievement for our industry, and for this, I would like to personally extend my thanks and our thanks and gratitude to all of our development, publishing, and retail partners here in the audience and around the globe for being a part of this phenomenal success story.
Yeah, they basically had to keep the PS2 going because of how the route of PS3 went anyway. So it was like, oh no, we have to keep this this older train going.
Yeah.
In the 4 years,
Kind of like how the PS4 is doing that now for the PS5.
we have amassed more than 3 million registered users, all enjoying this generation's crown achievement, the essence of multiplayer and cooperative play in a networked environment. And now, you may ask yourself why we continue to belabor these points, especially when it's common knowledge that month after month, PlayStation 2 outsells all competitive formats. And the answer is quite simple. We want to remind everyone that PlayStation 2 has and will continue to make significant contributions to the industry, and that Sony Computer Entertainment will be supporting the PlayStation 2 both on the hardware and software sides of the business for many, many more years to come, as we did on the PlayStation for more than 10 years. And we have an amazing lineup of PlayStation 2 titles.
Yeah, look at all those games on there. Destroy All Humans 2, Off-Road Fury.
Maybe.
What?
I mean, that's a lot of titles, that's all.
Yeah. They're just Cerberus, of course, yeah. Final Fantasy 12, it's like, yeah. Dragon Ball Z, God of War, Guitar Hero, Justice League. I don't know, did that ever come out? Madden NFL
Did one ever
7,
come out?
Justice League from them?
I wouldn't remember that.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. There's Okami mentioned right here. Rogue Galaxy from Level 5. Like, I played that, but I didn't play Dark Cloud 1 and 2. SingStar, that's whatever. SOCOM, Urban Chaos, and Yakuza. The first Yakuza, that's pretty amazing. Like, that isn't a bad, like, combination of games.
To show at our booth, like the long-awaited sequel to God of War, SOCOM US Navy SEALs.
I think it's already there, basically, Flame.
Red Octane, Yakuza from Sega, and many, many more. So please remember to check them out when you visit our booth. And outside of E3, consumers can look forward to 216 new PlayStation 2 titles from both first and third-party companies by year-end. Now, let me spend a little time on PlayStation Portable, the PSP. When we entered the portable space with PlayStation Portable, I often received two questions. Why did you wait so long, and why now? And these are two separate questions with one single answer. It's about the ability to offer the right product strategy at the right time. And for us, any product carrying the PlayStation brand has a lot to live up to. And yet again, we delivered on the promise.
That's so right.
PSP is an unrivaled
Hey, ZT Style, welcome on in.
culmination of the best that Sony has to offer.
Yeah, I mean, they could have started like in 2002, 2003 and have it be like, you know, like just work just as well as the PS2, but, you know, they wanted to let it cook a little bit.
And at its core, PSP delivers unsurpassed gaming experiences in a portable system rivaling that of PlayStation 2. But knowing consumers' insatiable appetite for entertainment, anywhere, anytime, on the go, PSP also functions as a portable audio and video player through multiple delivery mediums like UMD packaged media or digital delivery.
Much fun in Call of Duty, yeah. Guitar Hero and Rock Band were
just 18 months young,
played down to death.
PSP is the fastest selling platform in our company's history. To date, we have shipped more than 17 million units worldwide. And that's almost 1
Yep, this is the E3.
for each month of its life. And of course, there are no
Of
signs
course,
of slowdown.
early on, it just feels like a normal conference, and then all this nonsense started showing up.
An additional 12 million PlayStation Portable units into the global market. Software sales for the PSP have been just as impressive. We are closing in on 50 million units shipped worldwide with 545 PSP games on the market to date. And since its introduction, PSP has enjoyed wide support from both our first and third-party development community, and we estimate that another
Yeah, North America ate up the PSP a lot. That is some great numbers.
So, let's take a look at some of the PSP titles that are scheduled for release later on in the year.
Siphon Filter Dark Mirror? Ape Academy 2? Loco Roco, Killzone.
I remember Loco Roco.
Oh, this is like a mini game for Ape Escape. Planet PSP. It's like you could take somebody with you across the world. B-Boy. I would like to have a PSP. It was, yeah. Siphon Filter had some PS2 games, didn't it? Trying to remember. Good looking soccer game. Hawkman. Oh, it's like your voice activated game. That's cool. Gangs of London looks like kind of comic-y. Not, I was always thought they would have more to show there, but
PlayStation Portable, ladies and gentlemen. Now, one of the new and innovative ways we've provided opportunities for publishers and retailers to expand the software market on both the PlayStation and the PlayStation 2 formats was the introduction of the Greatest Hits program. And we certainly wish to extend these business opportunities and the consumer value that the Greatest Hits brings to the PlayStation Portable as well. So, I'm pleased to announce today that we will introduce a PSP Greatest Hits program in North America, starting with 5 titles.
Oh
from
man,
Sony
remember when
Computer
they had
Entertainment
that?
America.
That was great.
yeah, that was great. Yeah, like, hold up a
You
second.
could actually save money on great games, first party games too. Imagine that.
I could see it's Twisted Metal, ATV, Wipeout, Pure, Hot Shots Golf, Ape Escape, On the Lam. Okay.
ATV Off-Road Fury Blazing Trails, Ape Escape on the Loose, Hot Shots Golf Open Tee, Twisted Metal Head On, and Wipeout Pure.
Twisted Metal, let's go. Yeah.
Hit status. A title must have sold.
Oh, hey, Sir Kissy.
250,000
I think I've seen you in
have been on the market for at least 9
Flea's
months.
channel.
PSP uses an optical disc medium called the Universal Media Disc, or UMD. In addition to game titles, PSP users also have a wide variety of movies, TVs, and other non-game content to choose from. And to date, in the US alone, more than 670
Howdy.
non-game
Howdy
UMD
back.
titles have been produced, and more than 18 million units shipped to market. And 23 UMD video titles have sold more than 100,000 copies. In addition to packaged media, PSP supports various communication functions. Additionally, through firmware upgrades,
It's Ridge Racer. Not quite yet next time.
and since we
How you
began
doing, by
our
the way?
upgrades last May, PSP now has a web browser and features designed to enhance video, audio, and of course image usage, as well as improved content protection and network security. In the most recent update, 2.7, that launched at the end of April, added 2 great new features: the RSS channel and macromedia flash support.
Oh my god, Macromedia Flash. Man, I wish Flash was still
Those,
around.
Flash games already.
Yeah.
So now, consumers can stream or download the latest syndicated programming, MP3 playlists, or podcasts and save them directly onto their memory stick. And later in the year, we plan to add RSS video, voice over IP functionality, along with
What does
camera
RSS
and
stand for? I don't think I ever checked that.
PSP is the whole package, an exceptional
I don't
portable
remember.
entertainment device. With games, movies, music, photo, and communication, it truly takes advantage of the consumer lifestyle trend.
But yeah, Macromedia Flash, like I always played a lot of like
today, because after the
Flash
event,
games
we've set
like
up a number of
on the
download
computer at a
game
library.
and assets from today's presentation, including an RSS feed of this very press conference. So please stick around and enjoy.
My name is Sean LeGrand. Charles.
Tiffany.
Billy Morgan. Kevin Cantrell.
My name's Brack.
I'm out here enjoying Town Square.
They're still able to play. I'm glad, like when they, that they've preserved some of those Flash games.
The PlayStation 1, I thought it was the coolest thing because it played CDs. Where those discs were blue and stuff.
The old system.
What I love about the PlayStation is the feel of the controller in my hands. I like the hard plastic and the little knobby bits.
The knobby bits.
Yeah, definitely waiting for that. I've been waiting forever. Well, I heard that the graphics on it was crazy.
It puts you into the story.
Like you are that character.
Like you right there.
Which is the best part of video games.
My name's Marae.
My name's Michael.
Mark Hicks.
My name's Liam. My name's Ams. My name's Dan.
And then to a single reader application. I see.
Gamer I've ever played against. He's so fiercely competitive, and he can never lose. And of course, being his dad, I have to let him win sometimes because he doesn't beat me, obviously.
Hi, I'm Brittany.
Hi, my name's Dave.
I am Lisa.
Warren, I live in Sydney.
Sydney, Australia.
I'm looking forward to PlayStation 3.
Looking forward to all the new games coming out as
The high definition,
Blu-ray discs.
internal hard drive. I'm getting excited.
I still love Blu-ray discs.
My name is Natasha Lucinda.
My name's Dylan.
Jason the Genius, baby.
I live in Cape Town.
Coolest city in the world. Technology. Wireless, definitely the wireless controls. I'm gonna walk around the house playing. The thing is huge. I just can't wait for it to come out.
Because I don't know.
楽しみは2もすごかったんですけど、もっとどういう風に映像が変わっていくのかっていう。
そうですね。僕をはじめ、世界中の人たちの人生の一部にもっともっと進んでいくと思います。
私はゲームするときにモンキー、猿。
Are you ready for the PS Triple?
Is anyone ready for the PS Triple?
Chad Warden here.
Me gustan la variedad de juegos que si quiero deportes, tengo deportes. Si quiero acción, tengo acción. The whole of Earth could be in a game.
Come on.
I'm gonna beat you, and it's gonna hurt because I don't know.
Is this guy high? What is he even saying?
I'm gonna rock on it and I'm gonna have it first.
And I'm just looking forward to that experience, and I know that it's gonna come from PS3.
PlayStation 3 is the future of gaming.
Exactly. It's gonna be like
How much were these people paid to say this?
I have no idea. Also, the Spider-Man font for PlayStation 3.
You know, we often talk about the global impact of the PlayStation business. And as the global leader, our mission at Sony Computer Entertainment is to create products that truly inspire and entertain.
They probably did.
And it's really amazing to witness such enthusiasm for our new
I remember.
platform.
I remember, Felly,
now
the
on to PlayStation
99
3.
Dreamcast launch.
Last year, we outlined the specifications of the machine.
I got a
but
Dreamcast
let's
shirt
review
that
its
day.
main features and benefits. First,
You still have it? Oh man.
Powered by Cell.
Yeah, yeah. Whatever GameStop was at the time, EV Games or Babbage's or something.
Yeah, I had a Babbage's locally to me. I kind of miss it being just Babbage's. Also, seeing all these features for PS3 key features, it's like this like lit up my eyes. It's like, wow, like this is the future, man.
Yeah, it all sounds great for now.
We have invested billions of dollars and hundreds of thousands of man-hours in creating the Cell processor. It's a processor with power rivaling that of supercomputers, but is uniquely designed to support massive data processing required for digital entertainment and other HD-intensive applications. PlayStation utilizes Blu-ray as one of its storage mediums, but is also compatible with a huge variety of optical disc media used in consumers' homes today. And the investment that consumers have made in collecting their software libraries in a variety of optical disc.
Yeah, I can see the 6-7 thing not be out of place next time.
Speaking of delivery mediums, we have already seen a diversification in the methods of delivering entertainment content to the consumers, which will become even more prominent in the years ahead. And to this end, PlayStation 3 is equipped with both a gigabit Ethernet port as well as a removable hard disk drive to allow the consumers to access and download a variety of interactive and other entertainment content right out of the network. And on the output side, as previously announced, PlayStation 3 will support true high-definition output at 1080p resolution and is compatible with the latest Dolby Digital surround sound for maximum audio enjoyment. So, what does all this mean? Simply put,
is that where the meme of the people duct taping GameCubes together came from?
I don't know, maybe, but I mean, that was a real thing that happened, that the military got a bunch of PS3s and half of them died. So
creativity and for the consumers to emotionally connect with and to enjoy the content that is created with a level of interaction, sophistication, and reality that has never been experienced.
Get multiple ones together to launch a nuke.
First brought by PlayStation is back catalog compatibility. When we introduced PlayStation 2 in 2000, it supported many formats: PlayStation games, PlayStation 2 games, audio CDs, and DVD video playback. With PlayStation 3, we are taking it to the next level. Not only will PlayStation 3 support Blu-ray video and PlayStation 3 games, but also all of the formats that I just mentioned. PSP also interacts with the PlayStation 3, and on the game development side, we're aggressively seeking out ways to connect the two products in unique and interesting ways. Users can exchange data between the two systems wirelessly, through the USB connection, or through the memory stick. And as I mentioned, Blu-ray, it is the next generation format supported by major hardware manufacturers and motion picture studios. 5 of the
now,
6
you
studios
remember
that
in this
represent
day, Felly.
80% of all Hollywood content.
Can we stop there for a second?
Yeah.
Back in this time, there was a format war going on. Do you remember? It was HD DVD versus Blu-ray.
Yep.
So Sony stood a lot to gain here by convincing people that Blu-ray was the way of the future, and lo and behold, they ended up winning that.
Yeah. And HD, I mean, I know there's a Scott the Video laws for, the format wars thing, because, that was for a while, it was split between, the production companies. And then when they finally all decide, I forget who exactly, I think it was Warner Brothers or somebody else, found this is completely stupid and just, shut it down completely to just make it Blu-rays the way to go. Making the HD DVD attachment for the 360 kind of useless after a time. So
yeah, they weren't able to do anything with it.
Yeah, it's dang.
So even when the Xbox One came out, they had to use Blu-rays. They had to use Sony's technology in their machine.
Yeah, which it felt kind of humbling considering like they were basically.
Oh, they got humbled, all right. Yeah.
It's funny because like they were in like outselling the PS3s until late, and thanks to the amazing movie cinema that is The Last of Us, they surpassed them by the end. It's like by like 3 million. So it's like, huh. You almost got there, Xbox. You almost did, but you were so short.
Blu-ray. Blu-ray offers the storage capacity that game creators require.
Oh yeah, look at this. Like they compare a lot of systems here. Like memory, PlayStation was 3.5 megabytes. This storage max was like 0.68 gigabytes.
Yeah, I think this is what ended up convincing people to go to Blu-ray.
Yeah.
Part of the reason, anyway.
Yeah. And then this storage max on a PlayStation 2 disc was 5 gigabytes almost. Yeah, it's like.
In order to manage data-intensive material needed to achieve real-time gameplay mechanics in a true 1080p HD world. Truly lifelike games, like those that we are starting to see, require considerable disk capacity. And content creators and consumers have told us time and time again.
Whoa, they were using the word content creators even back then.
More sound,
yeah.
graphics, more energy.
But that was before streaming was actually like the norm.
Capacity in our industry, consider this fact. During the first year after the PlayStation 2 launch,
like 3 years away from like anybody using Justin TV.
Format, 26% in DVD. 5 years later in 2005, that ratio is 95% DVD and 5% CD-ROM. So by adopting Blu-ray, a forward-reaching medium, we're sending a message to the content creation community that the only limitation they have bringing ideas to life now is their imagination. And true HD gaming is the wave of the future.
Imagination.
PlayStation users are more likely to own or plan to buy an HD display. And by the end of 2006, according to Jupiter Media Research, 25% of
and the cell processor
will own an HD display. In an HD world, complex data streams processing and massive storage is necessary. And therefore, we believe that PlayStation 3 will be at a significant advantage by having a hard disk drive built right into the box. That's right. Every PlayStation 3 system will ship with a hard disk drive. Not only will users be able to download content from the network and other storage devices, but the HDD can serve to work to improve game performance and the overall entertainment experience through game saves and caching for optimal load times.
Yep, this was revolutionary back then.
We're set to launch the PlayStation 3.
Like storage space was still like at a premium for most parts.
This November. And to give you a glimpse of what the consumers can expect, this is the PlayStation 3 right here in clear black, which will be introduced in all territories at launch.
Oh, look at that. That's like a silver PS3 too. I don't know, it looks like a prototype more or less.
Our development partners have been diligently working on the PlayStation 3 environment for some time in order to deliver the type of gaming experiences that consumers will expect from true.
I still want a fat with like a 1 terabyte mod. I could probably trade it with the 1 terabyte hard drive I have in my PS3 fat, or super slim rather.
PlayStation format. And final development systems are shipping now 6 months before launch, which is a first. In fact, some of the games you will see at E3 on the show floor are running on those final tools. And I'm very excited to report that both our internal studios and our third-party partners are prepared to share the fruits of their labor today. Contrary to what you may have heard coming into E3, today we will be showcasing playable game titles which all will be available for you to play and enjoy at our booth. Back in the fall of last year, Sony Computer Entertainment consolidated its global development resources under one umbrella, the SCE Worldwide Studios. This consolidation allows us to further integrate all of our product development creativity, expertise, and technology on a worldwide basis, helping to develop exclusive, one-of-a-kind gaming experiences that define the PlayStation experience. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the president of SCE Worldwide Studios, Phil Harrison.
Give it up to Phil.
Thanks very much, Kaz.
Phil.
See you later.
I forgot about this guy. I remember hearing him a lot.
It's a great pleasure to be back here. A little under a year ago, we shared with you and with the world our vision and technology for the PlayStation 3 format. In the last 350 odd days, about 8,500 hours, our development teams all around the world, in all of our studios, have been hard at work converting that technology and vision into magic. And today, I'm really proud that we will be able to share with you the fruits of those labors with a number of really incredible games played and shown on PlayStation 3 for absolutely the first time. I'd like to start by bringing onto the stage a creator who normally needs no introduction, but on this particular occasion, I think I will make one for him. I know him as my friend and colleague from Sony Computer Entertainment Worldwide Studios, and also as the creator of one of my favorite PlayStation 1 games, Motortoon Grand Prix. You probably know him for his slightly
No, that's a completely different
VTuber.
VTuber.
The billion-dollar
I don't know
franchise
who
that
this
Gran
Harry
Turismo.
is.
So please
I don't either.
I'm welcoming to the stage Mr. Kazunori Yamauchi, and to translate, Tsubasa Inaba.
But
Closed
whoever they
captions.
are, I bet they're really good looking.
Yeah. The closed captions kind of fumbled the name there.
皆さんこんにちは、山内です。今日はですね、この E3 のために、グランツーリスモの、最新のプロトタイプを、持ってきました。
Oh, they didn't have an on-hand translator here?
No, they do.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Kazunori Yamauchi, creator of Gran
Oh,
Turismo.
I see, yeah.
It's an honor to be
Just
here
not for the.
for software titles.
It's not for like when he was
Today,
speaking.
I'd like to show you a Gran Turismo prototype that has been designed specifically for E3, Gran Turismo HD.
ちょっと説明しますね。このグランツーリスモ HD はですね、GT4 をベースに、データを高解像度化、高精度化して、プレイステーション3に移植したものです。
Hey, Yoko, welcome on in.
Gran Turismo HD, basically what it is assets from GT4 boosted in quality and resolution, converted to PS3 platform, the milestone for future production for GT.
スクリーンを見れば分かる通りですね、このグランツーリスモ HD は、1920×1080、プログレッシブ、かつ60フレームで、動いています。
The screen is quite self-explanatory, but the Gran Turismo HD will move at 1920 by 1080p at 60 frames per second.
1920×1080-60p のですね、非圧縮のベースバンド信号が、
60 FPS, man.
ちょっと大げさに言うと、
Love to see it.
初めての経験だろうと思います。
So this may be an exaggerated statement, but we feel that this is probably the first time for a household television to display a non-compressed baseband signal.
はい、メニューもですね、HD に合わせてデザインし直しました。
So the menus have been designed specifically to optimize for HD resolution.
この E3 バージョンで4つのコースが選べます。
You can select from a range of 4 tracks.
選択できる乗り物もですね、レーシングカー、クラシックカーから、モーターバイク、スクーターまで様々です。
In terms of vehicle selection, players will be able to choose from a range of vehicles from racing to commercial, all the way down to scooters.
じゃあ早速、
These are good-looking vehicles.
So first, we'd like to demo the Tokyo track.
I don't think I've played Gran Turismo myself before, but I would like to.
No, I don't. I have really no interest in Gran Turismo. Sorry.
We'll always have that passion though for Daytona in our hearts though.
Yeah, I like more arcade style games. I don't think Gran Turismo really counts as one. That's just my opinion though.
Take care, ZT. HD 3G pegs, yeah, they're really like just there. But this is like early PS3, so it doesn't surprise me they look like that. As realistic as they look. I have no idea, really. I think at the time this was a prototype.
1920、1080、60p という、情報の情報量がどれくらいかということをお話ししたいんですけれども、例えばですね、皆さんが普段見ているハイビジョンの放送ですね、HD カムで捉えています。だいたい HD カムの情報に比べて、今ここに映っている、情報はですね、3倍ぐらいの情報量が出ています。
So just to give you a reference point,
I don't think Gran Turismo went by real tracks in real life.
HD, full HD. Just for reference, the average broadcast HD that you would see in the household now, this is roughly 3 times the amount of information that is shown on the screen in comparison to that average broadcast HD.
PlayStation 2の GT4 と比較するとですね、約12倍ということ
で。Yeah, I was always. Did you use real text? Okay.
PlayStation 2, the difference is 12 times.
Yeah, E3 was always like something I looked forward to. And when I found Giant Bomb, I would always listen to them talk about what they saw at the events.
Please pay special attention to the loading times here.
GT4 ではですね、だいたい平均して、15秒のローディング時間がかかっていました。
In GT4, the average loading time was roughly 10 to 15 seconds.
この PS3 版では当然ハードディスクにオプティマイズされていますから、ローディング時間が速くなっています。
For Gran Turismo HD, it has been optimized for obvious reasons to the hard disk drive that is equipped in the PlayStation 3.
だいたいそうですね、2、3秒でローディング終わるんじゃないでしょうか。
So players will probably be able to maneuver from the menu screen all the way to starting a race in a matter of 2 or 3 seconds.
And that's pretty quick loading times there.
I think it would add more to this if they had like announcers or a crowd or something.
I agree.
Just anything like that, you know?
I don't know if any Gran Turismo game had that included. Again, this is probably like a prototype, so probably didn't have that in mind at the time.
Probably not.
はい、ここでですね、過去のプレイステーションの映像、グランツーリスモの歴史をですね、ちょっと振り返ってみたいと思います。
So now we would like to take you back in the years of the Gran Turismo franchise and look back in the series history.
これが GT1 ですね。懐かしいです。
This is GT1, reminiscent.
当時はすごくリアルでした。
Back in the days, this was real.
これがですね、もう去年のことですね、GT4 です。
Next up, GT4, just released last year on PS2.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
この後に出る、PS3 の絵と比較してください。
That video game based on the hit movie, yeah. Amazing that it took so long for a movie to get made in the first place.
For real.
Yeah, not a problem, Blaze. There's nothing really exciting going on yet, but I just kind of wanted to, like, enjoy this. Like, this E3 was kind of good for Sony, but then it just fell apart at the end.
はい、最後にですね、グランドキャニオンのコースをお見せしたいと思います。
Lastly, we'd like to show you another track from the Grand Canyon.
E3 was a lot more subdued back in this time, wasn't it?
It really was, yeah. I think as time went on, though, like they made it more like customer attractive. I couldn't see what the text was for the racetrack. But wonderful shots of like the environment, though. But classic cars too. The Days of Safety, yeah. I can see that. Hey, take care, Yoko. Hope the drive to work goes well.
Yeah, see you later, Yoko.
はい、これぐらいにしておきます。最後にですね、皆さんに
Oh, have fun playing more Final Fantasy VI.
このバージョンはですね、将来のグランツーリスモに向けてのですね、本当に通過点の一つでしかありません。
So just some last words. We would like to stress that this is only the beginning and is a passing point for the future of Gran Turismo.
もっともっと、未来のグランツーリスモはクオリティの高いものになると思います。
We think the next GT will easily surpass the qualities you've seen on Gran Turismo HD.
それからですね、間もなく、日本とアメリカで、GT4 をベースにした、オンラインのベータテストが始まります。
Very shortly after E3, we will be conducting some beta testing based on GT4 online capabilities in Japan and in the US.
PS3 バージョンで発売する、将来のグランツーリスモはですね、オンラインを、サポートする、グランツーリスモを拡張するというよりはですね、むしろこうオンラインによってグランツーリスモが爆発するというか、そういうことを狙って、作っていきたいと思います。
So together with full network capabilities moving forward, the world of GT will not expand, but will explode.
それからリリーススケジュールについて、プレイステーション2の時を思い出すと、
It will go kaboom.
プレイステーション2がローンチしてから、実に1年半も、皆さんお待たせしてしまいました。
Just to touch briefly on schedules, when we look back at GT3 on PS2, the wait was roughly a year and a half after the new console was released.
次のグランツーリスモはですね、前回のように、
Hey Ed, welcome on in.
なるべく、早い時点でですね、皆さんの元に届けたいと、そう思っています。
This time around, we hope to deliver the next GT not too far from the launch of PS3.
期待して待っていてください。
So please look forward to it.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Kazunori-san, Tsubasa, thank you very much. What an incredible presentation and an incredible example of how a great creator matched with great technology can produce magical results. Kazunori-san, I think it's also important to remember, by the way, that his team only just finished doing Tourist Trophy for PS2 a few weeks ago. So what you saw there was actually a relatively short period of time. Now, the next demonstration of a game that we're going to be revealing at E3 that I'd like to share with you is actually an interesting combination of three different things. The first is a traditional card-based battle game. Added to that is the power that you get from PlayStation 3 mixed with the amazing ability of computer vision. And here to talk about it some more is Dr. Richard Marks, the creator of iToy.
Oh,
So,
iToy.
What do we have here for today?
Phil, today we have the Eye of Judgment, and it's a game developed by our Japan studio, and I have the honor of showing it today here. And I'll just get started. You see, I place a card into
Shoutouts to Japan
the screen,
studio.
the screen here,
Yeah.
and a monster instantiates. And now I can actually interact with this card.
Oh my god, it's Yu-Gi-Oh!
And you can
And
even
this is the idea is this, yeah, it can also move it around. It tracks the card in 3D. I'll move
That's
this card
really
over
cool.
here so that I have some room. Place down another card. And this will also instantiate a monster. Each card has a unique identifier, so it can tell you which monster will instantiate. And now I can make this card attack the other monster. And I'll place another card here. Move this one back a little bit.
My deck has no pathetic cards.
Oops, wait for it to instantiate.
They can't just say summon, they have to say substantiate.
Yeah, so there's all sorts of combinations you could have with all the different cards. You can imagine.
I totally forgot about this. I don't remember what happened to this.
Well, I think one of the combinations of cards
I didn't even
that
know
I have
about
is
this,
probably
really.
the boss character card. So
you have some special card
I
here?
have
Heart of the cards. Hey, Steel, how you doing?
demonstration. Let me put that down and see what that does for the demonstration.
This is stuff that was rubber ducky. That spits fire.
That's what I call a duck.
The Millie was abandoned? Jeez.
So you can actually come to our booth and try.
I always wondered about this.
Duck in attack mode.
Great demonstration. Thank you very much, Rick.
Thank you, Phil.
Bert summons rubber duck in a attack mode.
Share some more exciting products that we're going to be showing at E3 this year and beyond. But first of all, back to cars.
There was a PSP game with cross-save too. Oh, that's cool. There's so many things like that have been forgotten
A
about.
lot more of these games to show you. But Before continuing further with some of the additional PlayStation 3 software titles that we would like to share with you today, I'd like to spend a bit of time talking about what everybody refers to as the online or network strategy. And I've always stated that in the next generation of hardware, supported by the deployment of broadband infrastructure and the inclusion of a hard drive, that online and network will become like air conditioning in a car. So once upon a time, it was an
air conditioning in a car.
Today, it's a standard feature.
Oh, okay, I guess I get that.
2, that we started with the network adapter in 2002 has now grown to a service of more than 3 million plus registered users in North America alone.
That was just a little bit of a strange analogy there.
PlayStation 3 is as essential as the air that we breathe. Consumers no longer differentiate whether content comes from online or an offline environment. The only thing that's important to them is whether the content is entertaining or not. As I mentioned before, all PlayStation 3 units will come equipped with a hard disk drive
only allowed for 56K until like a year later. Oh boy. It's like
to take full advantage of entertainment content online or offline. And one of the most differentiating aspects of the network console is the ability to use the power of constant interaction.
You basically heard dial-up or the Prodigy dial-up.
To socialize and to communicate. To create a space that really offers a sense of belonging.
There was FF11, just in time.
The popularity of sites such as MySpace is a prime example.
Oh man, MySpace.
Yeah.
Oh baby, MySpace.
Hey, come check us out on MyOshi now.
Management, player profile, ranking.
I don't think that's going to go anywhere.
Video chat, voice messaging, text messaging, and many more.
You never know.
Our goal is to create and offer an environment that is more than just a place to play games. That is creating a virtual society or a community. And also, importantly, in keeping with our philosophy of maintaining an open platform, these basic services will be offered to PlayStation users free of charge. Additionally, as we learned with the PlayStation 2 network adapter, by its very nature...
No, that's not without consent. I've heard... I didn't know they... you can install like an OS on PS3, like customize it. It's kind of wild.
Also gives us the ability to add another distribution
You
channel.
put Linux on it. Interesting.
That users can access in bite-sized or big portions, anytime, anywhere, for all types of entertainment content, whether it be games, music, movies, or others. Well, what can the users expect? We're going to be offering a variety of entertainment content to the users of the PlayStation 3, as well as the PlayStation Portable. And one of the announcements that we made earlier in March in Tokyo was a new initiative that we will commence later this year, the e-distribution of PlayStation content playable on the PlayStation Portable by accessing our PSP download area. PSP users will once again be able to enjoy the PlayStation title they played through emulation technology running on the PSP. As a matter of fact, I have actually a PSP right here. Actually running one of the first titles that was actually launched back in 1995 with the original PlayStation.
Oh, here it comes.
Directly onto the memory stick duo of this PSP. So let me just hook up the audio first. Okay, make sure everybody can see.
Oh boy, I feel like we're in the AV room here.
The
yeah.
media bar right now. So let me go to game and to the memory stick. Okay, there's a PlayStation icon right there. Let me hit that. So the game profile will boot up directly from the memory stick. And let's see if you can guess what the title is going to be by the way this game
what
will
is it,
actually
Kaz?
start. As a matter of fact,
What
this
is
game
it?
also brings back memories for me as well.
We need to know.
I'm sure it does for some of you, and I'm sure you're dating yourself by saying that you remember. I don't know if you remember this particular opening. This was actually on the original PlayStation game as well when it was loading the game. Of course, I'm not a very good player even there. Game is powered by Namco. It's Ridge Racer.
Ridge Racer.
That one? Right, so let me go right ahead. Get right into the game. Oh, this brings back memories. I don't know if it's just me, but here we go. Go! All right. Whoa. Here we go.
Honestly, I mean, this is mimetic, but still, it's not like, you know, we've fallen off the road completely yet.
Show you, since it's running on a PSP, obviously you can change the screen size just as you can with any other game or other.
Oh, that's cool.
Content that's running on the PlayStation Portable. So, let me just unplug this. This is another example. Whoops. This is another example of how we continue to identify and also innovate ways to leverage IP investments that content creators have made over the many years, in addition to keeping our platforms as a viable business for more than 10 years. Another exciting aspect is the ability for consumers to make microtransactions to quickly add specific items in a game.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, like, to be honest, like, Natsume, this is all cool stuff that you could, you know, use for this, and it just made it really cool to see. But it's like, you know, that kind of changed over time.
He said the M word.
And what N word?
The M word.
M.
Microtransactions.
Oh. N and M, I could sometimes say M and hear N. M. Okay. Anyway, we're about to hit an ad break, so we'll pause it right here because we got the next hour to go through. But
grab your popcorn, boys and girls. It's going to be a long one.
Yeah, it is. welcome back, everybody. So we're still in the same part of the 2006 E3 conference of Sony. Also, hi Bria, how you doing?
Hello, Bria. Welcome on in.
I like that emote from Harper. Hey Brayley, how you doing?
Directly from game-specific shops. And of course, we will accommodate a variety of payment methods for all of the purchases, and we will be selling a prepaid card called the PlayStation card in various denominations, such as $50 that you see back here for purchase at our retailers. And consumers signing up.
That was the old way it looked. Wow.
Exclusive information on various aspects of
They
our
are.
network service. So with that said, let's bring Phil back on stage. Phil?
I got basically no sleep last night, but other than that, I'm good.
Let's go.
I sort of got sleep. It was broken up into bits and pieces from like 10 p.m. on.
Interface that users will get when they switch on a PlayStation.
I knew
3.
it was you
And
because
this
you
shop
act the
interface
same way as
allows them
Broily
to,
does.
Browse various
That's how I
contents,
know.
And purchase various contents. This one in particular dedicated.
Oh, is this the old way that PS3 looked or something? Or no?
What's that?
To Warhawk, and it's all
the PlayStation 3 store.
Or a bit additional weapons.
I
but it's
have
also where
no
you'll see a lot of
idea.
the community features. A lot of the community
I
features.
see.
are
I
saying
only
what's
got
cool,
mine
what's
at the
new,
tail
what's
end of the
hot,
PS3 era.
and being able to purchase these items through your account, and whether that account is loaded up by your PlayStation card or your credit card or many other mechanisms.
Just an
But the
illusion.
really interesting examples of the shop is when they're actually built into a game. And the game I'd like to share with you today to show that is our extremely popular SingStar franchise from Europe. And here we have on SingStar PlayStation 3,
yeah, they don't make those anymore.
A really interesting combination of the power of a computer, the power of entertainment, and the power of the network all joining together. And SingStar really coming to life in the network era. So obviously SingStar is all about having lots of great songs, and Blu-ray disc delivers us a great storage medium for having a great deal of content on the disc. Hundreds of songs being accessible, and also for the first time, HD content being accessible. And you can go and check out this video here, which has HD content on it. So this is the singing interface where it measures you against the music. I'm going to save you the pain of listening to me sing, but I invite you all to E3 to try it out for yourselves. We're going to be showing both PlayStation 2 and PlayStation 3 versions of SingStar at the SCEA booth this year. We sold over 4.5 million units of this game in Europe, and it's been a huge franchise for us over there. So, what really powers SingStar on PlayStation 3, though, is the network, and this is where
Play Weezer.
really comes to life. And what we're going to show you now is the ability to browse an online catalog of songs where you can go to the Sing Store and find the song that you want to buy and that you want to
aha there.
So we're going to browse through various
Seems like it. Deep Purple.
The song and the video that we want to download, and I'm going to take you through the
Elton John, Duran. Wow, playing all the hits.
Here we have the ability to buy the song. I'm just putting it in as $0.00. We don't want to give any steer yet on our pricing strategy. And you can see how we have a wallet system and we have a spending limit. All of this is part of the parental controls that you would expect to be part of the PlayStation
That might be
Network
Rip the
platform.
VOD,
And
actually.
then downloading the song, and you'll see that the
I
song
don't know,
is
it's played
now
pretty low,
on
but
disk drive of the PlayStation
Yeah, I
3,
don't know.
and it's in your
I could just clip this later. It's not being monetized on YouTube,
I'm going
so
to save you the pain of listening to me singing. And that here we have another HD video showing
Play Weezer.
the great content that we have available to us from our partners in the music industry all around the world. Now, in addition to the ability to download content, SingStar also
Audio Jungle.
contribute to the community, and the sort of concept of My SingStar was something that we will be introducing on the PlayStation 3 version. This is allowing you to develop your own profile, to also find out who else is online on SingStar at any one time, but also customization, downloading new content, being able to download skins and other graphical effects to personalize your experience, but also to add your performances to the network. Using a camera, you'll be able to record and upload to your friends your other performances of your favorite songs using SingStar. We'll show you more of this over the next weeks and months, but this is a great demonstration of how SingStar and PlayStation 3 are really being powered by the network going forward. Great demonstration. Thank you very much, Paulina. So next up, a game from Japan, which is being developed by Game Republic, a company which is run by the legendary creator Yoshiki Okamoto. And here to demonstrate the game for us is Bill Rich, the executive producer.
Ah, here we go.
Great, thanks.
Oh, no.
Genji 2 is an action game which is based on Japanese history. Being based on history, the stages of the game will also be based on famous battles which actually took place in ancient Japan. For example, this battle of Ichinotani, the player will have to battle against hundreds of enemy warriors. There will also be stages where there will be fighting on horseback, and stages where there will be massive sea battle sequences, which can only be made possible with the power of the PlayStation 3. The team at Game Republic has come back to us with a lot of great new features for this game, including such features as real-time weapon change and real-time character change. By incorporating this system, the player will be able to create their very own and unique devastating combo.
It really looks like a lot slower Dynasty Warriors.
It really does, yeah.
Let's see. But not only that, they will also be able to find new and interesting ways to defeat enemy bosses. And I'll give you an example of that. First.
Spin!
How was this game? Did anyone actually play this in the audience? I have never played this one.
Large enemy character here before I could get to the boss character. So
I have not. I might have seen a copy of it in stores or something.
Yeah, I don't know too much about this series. Did they stop after this one?
I'm not sure even.
I don't know. Maybe it's the presentation, but the combat in this looks really, really slow. And that's not something you want out of a game like this.
Giant enemy crab.
Yeah, here we go.
It just appears out of nowhere.
Don't you know this actually took place in Japan?
Flip over this crab on its back.
This really happened.
Let's see if he shows up. Oh, here it comes.
He's behind you.
They don't teach you about this in the history books.
He's right behind you.
All the way at the end of the screen, so if you'll hold on a second. Oh, here it comes.
A skull for a face, even.
I swear to God, man, this is like the slowest looking combat I've ever seen in my life.
I'll switch over to Yoshitsune.
Oh no,
I mean, it would be one thing if it was Monster Hunter. That'd be understandable,
And
yeah.
you attack
But this isn't.
for massive damage.
Massive damage.
So you'll be able to find all these new different ways of playing the game. This version that we're showing you right now, it was especially created for this event so that the enemy characters will be killed with one blow. But you'll be able to enjoy the full version at our E3 booth.
Bill, thank you very much for that
Great, thank you.
fantastic demonstration.
Yeah, I was like, man, this game doesn't look too good.
And if Okamoto-san is
No,
in the audience, please show your
if it was
appreciation for a
faster
great
paced,
game.
it would have
Thank
been
you very
fine.
much, Okamoto-san.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
But
Now
not every
moving
game
from,
can be DMC, right?
Yeah.
legendary Japan to reality 21st century style. And we'd like to show you now our Formula One game for PlayStation 3, but with a couple of interesting twists. So we have everything that you would expect in a great Formula One game, all the incredible graphics, all the great physics, all the great AI, all the great animation. But you know what? There's something missing, and I tell you what that is, and that's a wing mirror. And I'm going to give you a very special demonstration of a wing mirror.
Well, I
So
already
let's,
know how to connect
do
my
a
PS3
quick
controller.
swap here,
Use a
and thank you very much, Nino.
USB Type B
What I have
cable,
running
which
on a
they don't
PlayStation
make
Portable
anymore.
here is an interactive
I mean, they do
wing
make
mirror,
them,
which is
just that
actually
they're not
being
as
rendered
common.
in real time, and this is being synchronized directly with the PlayStation 3.
It's mini
to give you an
USB, yeah.
accurate position looking backwards from your track. So you
Oh, wait,
can
Type
position
B might
this
be something
next
else.
to your TV screen and see for yourself.
Sorry, I think
what
I'm
is
getting
coming
mixed up.
behind you. This is a great example.
There's Type A, mini USB, Type C.
No, Type C didn't come out till much
and
later.
PlayStation
Yeah.
Portable, and that this software technology can be freely
The second worst Sony console. Yeah, hey, Jazza.
to your PlayStation Portable. And I hope you can see that this will add a great dimension
What's the first
to this
one?
game, but it will also add a huge dimension to many other games as this feature gets adopted.
Can you give a shout out to Jazza Hall for me?
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
for
give me
that
a sec, I'll do
demonstration,
it.
Gareth, that's great. Thank you.
We're living in it. I think from what I saw, they sold like 80,000 units of PS5. I think it's 80 million.
So I'm going to say I don't think the console itself is bad. I think it's fine, but I do think all the other BS surrounding Sony is bad.
Yes. Yes.
I don't know if you've seen the latest.
Blue Point?
Well, that was bad, yes, but I'm talking about today's news where they're trying to experiment with dynamic regional pricing. In other words, charging different countries different prices for the same thing.
Huh. I don't think that's going to go too well.
No, I don't think so either.
So now to share a game with you that was premiered for the first time just under a year ago.
Yeah, I think that's really
I'd
more
like
of an
to
issue with
introduce
Sony
Tamim,
leadership
Chief
than the
Design
hardware.
Ninja from Ninja Theory, the creators of Heavenly Sword. Over to you, Tamim.
Oh, this is Heavenly Sword. I remember this game being very sharp.
See, this is more the like DMC style kind of combat that I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like the aerial fighting and combos and all that stuff.
In the balls.
That's gonna hurt.
Fighting dirty, are we?
So I think you can see that what this game delivers on PlayStation 3 is the most phenomenal animation system linked to the AI of all the characters. And this allows us to get a really rich gameplay system, which we encourage you all to try out for yourself when you come and check out the game at E3. But let's see, to me.
Oh shoot!
Oh, we got a raid.
Yes, it's like, oh Curly, hey.
That's Curly. I'll do this shout out.
Okay. Don't forget to give one to Jazz also.
Did I not? I thought I did.
I probably couldn't see it because I follow Jazz already. Never mind then.
Well, hey y'all, what were y'all up to today?
He's just yapping.
It's a good day for yapping.
Okay. Yeah, I couldn't see it because I already followed. That's fine. Watching Amazing Digital Circus. I've been hearing a lot of like fandom getting up in arms about some of the silliest stuff about Digital Circus, but it seems like a cool show.
I don't want to get involved with that.
Yeah, it's like I don't either. It's just that's so weird. It's like I don't get it.
People get weird about stuff, Ellie. They get a little too into things.
Yeah, I don't care about that much, but I just remember hearing about it. Oh.
What are we doing here?
We are watching
we time traveled back into 2006 to watch the
Sony E3 2006 press conference. We got the Ridge Racer, which isn't that bad of a meme because, you know, it's just cringy. Best quality ever, yeah. We got to Giant Enemy Crab. We're not at some of the other stuff for it yet. It doesn't feel like that bad of an E3 conference. It just feels like it slowly is falling apart. Yeah, making Digital Circus is kind of cool. Like, to me, I mean, it is cool. It's just, you know, not something I keep up on regularly. Like, all these, like, unique, like, indie, like, TV style shows are great.
Yeah, they're pretty cool.
Good show, Travel Fandom.
So, like, my impression of this conference so far is like it's really aimed at like investors and like industry people. It's not really aimed at like us.
Yes,
you know what I'm saying?
They weren't allowing like the peasants in just yet.
Peasants.
I'm talking about us, but yeah,
I was broke and everything, but still.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't flush with money either. So, by the way, hi, I'm Felly, your name's Rich Media VTuber. I talk about old stuff and play old games. As a terrible fandom, yeah, you're not wrong. It's like, there's always going to be the haters.
We can do some more mayhem here.
I suppose.
We're born to sin, yeah. There's a lot of cool things to, you know, be reminded of what was going on at this time. We look at this with a lot of negativity, but there is a lot of, like, cool things that they discuss. Like, the cool things they were adding to PSP. Like, how well that was doing at the time. Yeah, it looks very bright. I think it's important to remember, like, the good and the bad of certain conferences.
True.
He's dead.
Tamim, thank you very much. Great demonstration.
It's the, you know, the announcement of the release of the PS3 for that year, because they were talking about like the concepts of it the year before, but this is where like all the memes came out from it, like the price point, the games, you know, everything.
Yeah, this was an important
we wanted to
E3
show
for Sony.
everything playable on tools,
But it was done very poorly.
Give you the maximum impact of the games that we're going to be revealing for PlayStation 3. But we also wanted to show you a quick video of some of the games that are perhaps a little bit further out. So let's run the video.
Layer. I've heard of this. Yeah, he's probably been prepping for so long, like he definitely just wants to get some sleep. This is the one time of the year, you know, you're putting all the man hours in. Has anybody played Layer here?
I don't think I know this game.
You're aware of it, yeah. London studio. Once upon a time in London. Getaway. I don't remember this game. Pan Studio. Is it the Africa game?
It might be. This is like one of the first games I saw streamed on Twitch, by the way.
Oh, interesting.
I remember it was a Dan's Gaming stream. He streamed this game like forever and a day ago. That might have been like, what, 12 years ago at this point? Oh my god. 12 or 13? Shoutouts to Dan's Gaming. Yeah, I kind of wonder what he's doing nowadays.
This looks so peaceful, though.
I think you should play Africa.
How much does it go for nowadays?
I have no idea.
Working title.
That's what they went with.
Clap Hands Limited. Even before, oh, so it's like a hard to find game.
It was a photography and journaling game, that kind of game. For wildlife. It was kind of cool. Why is this trailer so loud?
I don't know. It's a Hot Shots game, though.
I do like me some Hot Shots.
Is this Yuri?
Can one find love on the golf field?
Seven worlds await him. Yeah, I've heard of Folklore.
I'm so angry that Sony shut down Japan's studio when they were making cool stuff like this.
It's Monster Kingdom. Okay. I didn't. It looks kind of SMT-like.
Round of applause for the great work there.
No, that's not really how I describe it.
Some of those titles we've shared before, some of those titles are already announced, but it is my great pleasure to share with you exclusively today 2 brand new titles for the very first time anywhere in the world. The first one of which is from our studio in London, and let's take a look.
Oh, it had a different name. I see. Generally, like, games had, like, different names sometimes before their, like, final titles. You may have to steal that, yeah.
Original idea, do not steal.
This feels like a fake game. Or a game that was like shown up but never really happened. Yeah. This feels like it was just to make it look like a movie. Days. I don't think this ever came out. Knockoff GTA, yeah. Canceled in June 2008. Okay. Like.
Coming to a PlayStation.
Yeah, I didn't think it would be able to survive.
Next up is a brand new game from one of our most successful studios within the Sony Computer Entertainment Worldwide Studios group. And this is a developer who, since their first game back in 1996, has shipped over 40 million units of software for the various PlayStation platforms. I'm going to let the video speak for itself.
Naughty Dog.
This is rowing the Atlantic. I don't agree.
I don't think you would follow crafting. No, that was just a clip from one of the weirdest episodes of Hollywood Squares ever, because like nobody could answer anything, and they all tried to get Gilbert to help them, but they kept on either saying, you know, agreeing or disagreeing incorrectly. Oh, Natsu, hey, how you doing? We're watching Sony E3 2006 press conference. We've already gone through some of the memes.
Natsukashi, welcome on in.
It is the lovely Natsukashi. Bahama Mama, retro gamer.
Heck yeah.
But they're just showing some games right now, but they haven't gotten to the meme price yet. We've already gone through some of the memes already. Oh yeah, this is Uncharted. This looks so cool. Yeah, they didn't even give a name for it yet, but we know what it is now.
So for our final demonstration of this section of the presentation, I'd like to welcome to the stage Mr. Ted Price, the president of Insomniac. Ted, where are you? Coming in from this side.
Yo, give it up for Ted.
We're like entitled, got him.
Thanks very much, Ted.
Thank you very much, Phil. Resistance: Fall of Man is a first-person shooter set in Great Britain in 1951. If this is the 1950s that we don't know. For example, World War II never occurs in our version of history.
Yeah, he does look sleepy.
Total destruction
E3 just sucks the soul out of you.
Of an unknown species. This scourge has obliterated populations across Asia and Europe. And in the game, you take the part in the last-ditch efforts to save the last free state in Europe, England. Now, this game is intense, bleak, and brutal. Now, we showed this game a couple months ago at GDC, and when we did, we were just scratching the surface of what the PlayStation 3 could do. But since then, we've moved into full production, and we've been digging deeper and discovering
Excited
what kind of muscle
England.
it really has. So let's check it out.
Oh yeah, there's Heavenly Sword on the right. One bright game, one dark game. It just looks, yeah, kind of dull. Well, people got this game back then.
Really this gray? This is the grayest game I've ever seen in my life.
You gotta take care of some things. Okie dokie, Natsu. Hey, Ari, can you give a shout out to Miss Natsu?
I really think you should have a command for that. But yes, I can do that.
I've been forgoing.
Naughty felly's been lazy again. Alright, I got you.
Thank you.
Gonna have to make sure you work harder now. No, seriously, is the game supposed to be this gray and sepia looking?
I'm not really sure. I don't think this is the final product yet. Is it? Oh man.
It's pretty drab.
Aliens. Yeah, it's very not exciting. It got 2 sequels, yeah. People bought it enough to get 2 sequels, which, you know, says something, I guess.
So that's just a small taste of what's to come with Resistance Fall of Man. And keep in mind that the game also has full-featured multiplayer modes, including 32-player online competition. So over the next few months...
That sounds like it was more the selling point.
More and more of the game. But for now, come on by the Sony booth at E3 where you can play Resistance Fall of Man. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks very much. Great demonstration. So what an incredible game that is Resistance Fall of Man. So
Yeah, he's gonna go to sleep.
Sums up our playable section. And you can see from all of the games that we have up and running on PlayStation 3 that we're really starting to push what this machine is.
Sounds like they were secondary, yeah.
Way to go. But what has powered all of these games so far is a lot of common technology and a lot of shared technology that we're moving between our studios, which allows us to achieve these results so quickly. But that's it for me. Thank you very much for your attention, and back to Cars. Thank you.
And now I shall go to sleep too.
Wow. Whew. Thank you, Phil, and your team at Worldwide Studios for being here today and sharing some truly exciting and remarkable titles for the PlayStation 3. Our first-party lineup is looking pretty strong, but what about third parties? How are they making out on the PlayStation 3? Well, first, let me share with you a collection of titles under development from the third-party community at large.
What would they be sharing with us? Oh, Assassin's Creed?
When we were so excited about Assassin's Creed.
Yeah. Gundam?
Yo, Gundam.
It's a Gundam!
It's a Gundam! Here's how, like, the entire AC series went on sale on Steam except for the one you wanted to buy. Oh no. Oh no. That is unfortunate.
Hackermans. Loaded Arms Assault. I don't remember seeing this game ever.
Whoa, we're going into her eye.
It's Ridge Racer.
That's what happens in your eye, racing.
Ridge Racer 7. Dang.
So did a lot of these end up getting canceled? Oh, that's unfortunate.
Brothers in Arms. Hills Highway. Oh. Tekken?
Hello, it's my main Lily. Always happy to see her. Hell yeah, you have good taste.
Sonic! Oh no.
Yes, you know this one.
It's his world! I'm gonna play this. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it.
This feels like a rite of passage at this point. Are all the retro streamers gonna play Sonic 06 now?
It's not the worst Sonic out there. In this trigger.
Yeah, you think I should play it?
I'll probably play on PS3 just for just for the experience.
Play it on PS3 because that's what I have.
Yeah.
Now we have to experience it in the most jank way possible. That's the way it was intended, right? Ah, shit.
Virtua Fighter.
I don't think Sega really cares about Virtua Fighter that much.
Yeah, it took them... It's taken them so long just to get the next game.
Yeah, I don't think they're serious about continuing with that. There is? Well, okay, I could be proven wrong.
Perilous speed. Furious combat. Cunning linguism. Fatal Inertia. I don't think I've heard of that game. Oh, really? Blade's turn? Oh, this is Armored Core, right? It's Armored Core 4, okay.
All right. Round of applause for our third-party partners on PlayStation 3. Now, it gives me great pleasure to introduce this company back onto our stage. They have been a staunch supporter of the PlayStation format over the years, and we are truly inspired what they have under development on PlayStation 3. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me to welcome back Electronic Arts Chairman and CEO, Larry Probst.
EA. It's in the DLC.
Good job. Thanks, Kaz, and a special thanks to Kutaragi-san and our colleagues at Sony Computer Entertainment. The special partnership between EA and Sony has never been stronger. It's a relationship built on trust, cooperation, and 2 generations of success. Today at EA, more than 1,000 people are exploring, experimenting, and developing
I could see that.
games for the PlayStation 3. It's challenging, it's exhilarating, and the results, what they're creating for the PlayStation 3, is inspiring. This afternoon, we want to show you 2 brief demos. These are works in progress, an early look at some of the technology and innovation that will power EA Sports.
As people are experimenting with each other's bodies.
Let's start with the executive producer of NBA Live from EA Canada. Here's Kevin Wilkinson.
Give it up for Kevin. Let's go, Kevin.
The entire NBA team is excited about the early work on PlayStation 3. Let me start with a side-by-side comparison of last generation and next generation. PlayStation 2 versus PlayStation 3. Sports are about anticipation, intelligence, interacting with the ball or a teammate or both, making decisions in the blink of an eye. Now take a look at the PlayStation 2.
Remember that one NBA Live game that was canceled after the game already shipped? Do you know what Curly was talking about?
No, I don't.
With procedural awareness, we are creating players with personality, attitude, confidence, and style. We also know that we need to create players who move right. That's what makes foot planting so important. Watch here how the feet are anchored to the floor with each and every step. Now take a look at the PlayStation 2.
Oh, he's just spinning in place.
No matter what the sport, footwork plays a huge role. So now that we have intelligent players who are fully aware of their surroundings and planning their feet correctly, we need to give them full freedom of movement. On the PlayStation 2,
it's old and dumb, yeah.
45-degree angles. On the PlayStation 3, they have full 360-degree movement with body lean. They feel alive, they're more responsive, and they're in your control. But that's a video. Let's see how it's running live on the PlayStation 3.
Oh, baby.
Let's step into the practice gym of NBA Live 07.
07 salutes.
Here, how he plants and explodes out of his turn, generating a quick first step with the ball. All right, let's see these guys in action. We've got Dwayne Wade from the Miami Heat and Tracy McGrady.
Some names I haven't heard of in a very long time.
Oh, a nice fadeaway by Tracy. Dwayne,
Hey, Miles, well, come on in.
it's good.
How you doing, Miles? Good to have you back with us today.
Okay, these guys are good. All right, guys, we're just about out of time. Let's say the best dunk wins.
Super rare and expensive now. Oh boy.
This is not a video you are watching.
Doing pretty good.
This is running live on.
Honestly, for the E3 2006 conference having its memes, like it was a pretty decent presentation for most of it. It's just, you know, there are those moments that people always like cling to. It's like
PlayStation 3.
for the most part, I probably was.
I mean, it was exaggerated for humor, right? Because it was an edited video.
Yeah.
Where players look right, move right, and feel
I'm
right.
doing all right. I could use a bit more sleep, but
Next
other
up-
than that, I'm hanging in there.
Thank you.
I think I saw Digi watch it, is like there was a lot of like constructive like
George Worshickov.
Feedback from everybody. It's like okay, and then the memes came. We're all like ha 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 ha
They do a lot of the early
at those
work
time.
on PlayStation 3. George
It is low energy too. Yeah.
Academy Award for his pioneering
Yeah,
technical
again,
work in
it's
film.
because this is not a
George?
presentation for gamers. It's, you know, it's for investors and industry folk.
Oh, oh yeah. I think they made a note about missing footage here.
Well,
You update the video to find it. I don't think they even did. This was 2 years ago when they reposted it.
On the PlayStation 3.
That's what I'm talking about.
So, as you can tell, this demo wasn't a movie. This was Tiger running in real time, live on the PlayStation 3. Thanks much, and thanks to the brilliant team up in Vancouver.
wait, they put Tiger Woods in a PlayStation 3? Somebody better get him out of there.
Thanks, guys. Those are
We'll
just
save
two
you,
of the
Tiger.
games in development for PlayStation 3. In the weeks and months following the launch, EA intends to support the PlayStation 3 with
Yeah, he cheated on his wife with multiple ladies, especially one from a Perkins.
Tisk tisk.
Yeah.
more than 10 titles, including Fight Night 3 from EA Chicago.
He also had a lot of back problems too, actually.
Medal of Honor Airborne from EA Los Angeles, a brand new game from EA Montreal called Army of Two, and of course from our Tiburon studio in Orlando, Madden NFL 07. I want to invite everyone to visit EA's
He also got a really nasty car crash a few years ago that almost killed him too, which is just the scary
Dang, I
part.
didn't know about that.
Yeah.
Games on the PlayStation 3.
Glad he's alive.
Kuragi-san, thank you for your
Certainly.
leadership and vision. You can count on EA's support every step of the way. Thanks.
The Jukes. I imagine there were some iterations of Madden Matt people really loved. Need for Speed Carbon. Ooh. Army of Two. Airborne. If there's any game that I want to play that's war-based, it'd be Medal of Honor.
Thank you, Larry, and all the folks at Electronics Arts for being here today. Now, we're excited to give you a sneak peek at the latest development from a company known all across the globe as a great storyteller in the role-playing game category.
I don't think I will, Natsume.
Final Fantasy has helped define the PlayStation experience in
Final
the 1990s.
Fantasy.
Take a look at Final Fantasy 13 on PlayStation 3, which will become available in multiple versions, including Final Fantasy 13 and Final Fantasy Versus 13.
Oh,
that never happened.
Yeah, it's like, this is where like the problem started. It's like, oh, we need to AK-15
got a little too ambitious at this time in their
they did, yeah.
In their history. I don't have takes on this, by the way, because I haven't played it. I don't think it's fair for me to judge a game I haven't played.
Yeah, it's like, don't worry about us. We're not gonna go that route.
The volume for these trailers is like all over the place. Some of them are like really loud.
Yeah, that's the problem with it. It's like, remember the history of JRPGs video? It was more like it was talking about the PS3 era was like when Square and other companies had identity crisis and they were struggling to figure things out. And I actually kind of pity that. That's a cool sword, though.
Lightning is basically Rule 63
Final
Cloud.
Fantasy 13. Now we're very proud and honored to be able to share.
Can't hide the hallway? Yeah.
From famed game designer and creator.
I don't want Jazza to feel like he needs to walk away from
The
this.
video you're about to see is already running on the PlayStation 3 development system.
Metal Gear.
Simply put, sense. So please give your attention to Metal Gear Solid 4 on PlayStation 3.
I just want a proper PC port of Final Fantasy 13. We don't have one yet.
Hideo Kojima game. It's crazy to think like 20 years after it finally gets like, a modern port.
Konami remembered that they like money.
They do.
Well, if you're gonna get it on PC, I would suggest looking at the PC gaming wiki to, go through like fixes and such. You're gonna need that, I think. You could maybe search out the PS3 version and save yourself the trouble, but that's up to you.
Nanomachine, son.
It is weird to hear Snake in Japanese.
Yeah. Accurate frame rate. Yeah, you told me about that, Jazza. That's very unfortunate. It's like they keep on meddling with things. I don't know why, but
罪を未来に残してはいけない。
世界を救えるのは君たちしかいない。
私たちは新生フォックスハウンドよ。
just like my Japanese animes.
ずねえ。今度は俺が守る。アベル殺してイブに追放されたのはお前の方だ。戦争は変わった。
Old Snake.
だが俺にはまだやらなければならないことが残っている。
You had the PSM issue. Okay, yeah.
最後に課せられた罰は俺の遺伝子ミームをこの世から抹消すること。それが俺に残された最後の
The memes.
語り伝えられないものがある。伝えてはいけないことがある。紡いではいけない命がある。
Metal Gear Solid 4, ladies and gentlemen. And now,
Coming to a theater
it
near
wouldn't be
you.
a proper E3 without introducing the man known in some circles as the father of the PlayStation. It gives me great pleasure to introduce to you one of our company's founders and the group CEO of Sony Computer Entertainment. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ken Kutaragi.
Hi everyone, thank you for joining us today.
Crazy Ken Kutaragi.
So, have you enjoyed our latest progress on PlayStation 3 title? Great. Same as you, I'm really excited to see so many great titles that are under development for PlayStation 3. Of course, PlayStation 3 is powered by the world's most powerful processor.
The world.
With RSX. But I have one more big thing that we have kept secret from you.
One more thing.
Back in 1994, when we introduced our first PlayStation, controller was quite unique in shape, but everyone was amazed with its controllability in the 3D world. We are going to enhance its controllability to the next tier for the next generation system to navigate and control smoothly in the 4D world over the network. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final PlayStation 3 controller.
It's a good controller.
Yeah.
As you can see, the body is similar to the most popular PlayStation controllers, which attract hundreds of millions of PlayStation users worldwide. But inside this body, we have a
Yeah, give me the boomerang.
powerful and elegant system.
This two controller is made of what, wafer biscuits?
Can I ask you to show us what it can do?
Ken, it would be a pleasure to share with everybody what this controller can do. Now, this is obviously a very familiar controller in terms of shape and size, but it's not what it looks like, it's what it does. So let's...
As you can see, it is a controller, yeah.
And...
Fascinating, tell me more.
Clearly, a little secret is waiting to be unveiled. Now, I want you to watch this very, very carefully. Look at what I'm doing. I lift up the controller.
I'm not really sure.
This controller has 6 degrees of freedom built into it as standard, with no external sensor required. So I can move this controller in 6 degrees of freedom using my hands as the entire input device.
It is pretty awkward, yeah.
Standard feature controller will be packed in with every PlayStation 3. This controller allows me to really unlock the most incredible fluid movement in games, and for the game controller to really become part of my own body, but be based upon our industry standard de facto controller interface. Which
when they shove this crap in the layer, yeah.
People over the years. So let's take a look at another demonstration. This one is actually operating as the controller should operate, as wireless. And I think it's in our Sony rulebook that whenever we introduce a new piece of hardware, we have to use a duck. So here is a demonstration of the duck, and you can see me moving it around, but I've also got more movement as well, where I can toss it up in the air. This is all built into the controllers X, Y, Z, and
I wonder if there was another video of this where they showed the screen the whole time.
Bluetooth being wireless is actually lighter.
Probably is.
Analog controller shipped with PlayStation 2.
So Phil, how does it feel?
It feels incredibly intuitive, and I'm very excited not just for what this means for our game developers, but I'm so excited
My life for an edit.
for the consumer and for their experience of PlayStation 3. I think it's
Please cut to something.
Thank you, great. So thank you everyone for supporting. Thank you for supporting PlayStation 2, PlayStation Portable, and PlayStation 3. I'm looking forward to seeing exciting game application and services with this controller. Thank you, everyone.
Ken, thank you very much. Truly a fantastic innovation that is really going to add to the PlayStation 3 success story. Finally, I have to make a
I have no idea.
apology that
It's just another like L for this video
weeks now, and
with a lot of W's in there.
to really take advantage.
Lots of wins and a few losses.
I'd like to share with you now Warhawk from Incognito, and here to demonstrate it for us is Dylan Job, the director and producer of Warhawk for PlayStation 3. Dylan.
Wasn't Konami 2010 E3 pretty bad, from what I remember?
I'll move out of your way now.
What is announced this year? Yeah. Hey, Iris, how you doing? Nice to see you.
It's a good year for reminiscing.
That's good.
That is not how people play video games. I just can't help but think of that gif of that Walmart associate guy who's like keeps moving the controller around. You know the one I'm talking about?
Yeah. I don't recall very much.
Hold on.
Actually, we might have to do that after the ad break because we are approaching on that now. So we'll have to wait a few minutes. So I'm not sure. I don't remember them saying what it was, but we'll be right back. I'm sure they'll tell us. Anyway.
Yeah, all right.
Be right back. welcome back, everybody. Also, do you have the video that you were talking about, Ari?
It wasn't a video, it was a GIF.
Oh. I guess, yeah, go ahead and share it.
Yeah, I do have it. It's right here. This GIF right here.
Oh, okay.
That's what that guy looked like he was doing.
Oh, no, I know what you're talking about now. Yeah, I've seen this. Yeah, that's pretty goofy.
Just a little bit, yeah.
Alright, let's see. Yeah, that's pretty accurate, yeah. Well, anyway. I'm selecting the wrong stuff. Keep on doing it. There we go. Anyway, okay. There we go. I'm looking at the wrong things here. Oh, he didn't even park properly.
Thank you very much, Dylan. Great demonstration. Thank you. Just scratching the surface of what this control...
Yeah, he didn't park properly.
Dylan, before you go, share with the audience what you think this means for you as a game designer.
Well, it's incredibly exhilarating. The team and I are incredibly impressed with the sensitivity, the weight, everything about this new controller is what we were hoping for the PlayStation 3. And it marks an interesting moment for us because it allows us to change from static control mechanics to very kinetic control mechanics. And as a developer and a gamer, I'm incredibly excited about this possibility.
Dylan, thank you very much indeed
Thank
for
you.
sharing your game. That's great. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Don't you just love surprises? Isn't that the coolest thing? Back to cars.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Phil. So we have given you a glimpse into the world of PlayStation 3, a world that lives in high definition and transcends imagination. We have shown you that PlayStation 3 is...
I'm not really sure, but
computer entertainment system
they're...
in the world,
I guess they're not too impressed.
I might have fallen asleep.
Yeah.
Content and network services. We introduced a new controller that seamlessly integrates innovation of free movement with the de facto industry standard game controller from PlayStation and PlayStation 2. And before we close our presentation for today, I did want to share with you some information that may be of interest to at least some of you. Today, we're pleased to announce the global PlayStation 3 launch details. We will make PlayStation 3 available via a two configuration plan, one with a 60 gigabyte hard drive disk and the other with a 20 gigabyte hard drive. PlayStation 3 will ship in Japan.
Yeah, a 20 gigabyte sounded like a lot back then too, which is the wild part. And now it's not even...
Oh, how little we knew.
2006.
Yeah.
In Japan, the 20 gigabyte PlayStation 3 will retail for 59,800 yen. And the 60 gigabyte PlayStation 3 will have an open price, which the retailers will set. In North America, the PlayStation 3 will be available at retail on November 17th, 2006. The 20 gigabyte PlayStation 3 will retail for $499 US and 549 Canadian dollars. And the 60 gigabyte PlayStation 3 for $599 US.
He said the thing.
And
like,
this is where all the hype died, because
yeah, it's
not
like
many people were gonna go for a $599 US console back then.
Not then, no.
Not then, and not now either.
Yeah.
PlayStation 3 will be available.
Yeah,
in
$599 is still too much for some people.
On November
No, I agree.
2006. We will sell the 20 gigabyte PlayStation 3 for 499 euros and the 60 gigabyte
$399
for 599 euros, including VAT. We will be ramping up production to meet the already unprecedented demand for PlayStation 3. And today,
was it unprecedented?
That we will ship 2 million PlayStation 3 units worldwide during the launch period. Another 2 million units worldwide for a total of 4 million units by December 31st, 2006. And finally, another 2 million units worldwide during the first quarter for a cumulative of 6 million units.
We'll ship you a prick.
On March 31st, 2007. The production ramp-up on PlayStation 3 doubles the output of PlayStation 2 in the same time period. The best news is that we have the brightest the industry has to offer in joining us on this journey.
Atlas, Banpresto, Capcom,
Konami, Square Enix, and
Clover Studio,
Banpresto, Captain Sailor Moon games,
Namco Bandai
Clover
Games,
Studio,
Ubisoft, Activision, Capcom, Koei, THQ, Take-Two, Rockstar Games, Sega of Japan, Sega of America, Pandemic Studios, and many others. You'll see familiar franchises on PlayStation 3 like Devil May Cry, Metal Gear Solid, Tekken, Resident Evil, Ridge Racer, as well as new original IP from both first and third-party companies and the SCE Worldwide Studios. PlayStation 3 is an impressive package, a complete home entertainment solution. And as I mentioned previously, at E3 this year, we have a sampling of titles for PlayStation 3 playable for the very first time. But we want you, our special guests, friends, and partners, to be the first group of people in the world to get your hands on some of the playable titles right here on this show floor. Ladies and gentlemen, a new era for Sony Computer Entertainment begins with PlayStation 3 now. Thank you very much, and have a great show.
Where's my PlayStation 3, Kaz? Hey, get back here.
It's like, yeah, and then there's 2 minutes left, just people milling around. But that's just like, it kind of feels, you know, then at the time you were like, okay, I guess I'll save up for a PlayStation 3. I'd love to have the,
I definitely did not do that.
I didn't either. I just stuck with the PlayStation 2. That's what many people did for a very long time.
I was in the midst of a very bad World of Warcraft addiction, which I'm not proud of. So that was like my main game for the longest time.
I was in college at the time. I was too busy to think about
I was too, yeah.
Yeah. So doing that, a part-time job, and you know, just trying to, you know, just live my life, I guess.
I'm not especially proud of that period in my life. I'd rather forget it happened.
I was just happy to have, like, you know, things to do, because like I had anime club going on, was kept busy, like, I don't know. I was just like in a holding pattern for like multiple years until college ended. It was like, oh,
yeah, I hear ya.
But nothing really crazy came out of it. So, but yeah, it's like I just stuck with the PS2 and, you know, my SNES because I still had that at the time. So, anyway, do you want to be more nostalgic about something for next hour?
Like what?
This. Oh, Final Fantasy VII took over the world.
Sure, if you wanna.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna do anything really else today. I just wanted to have time to myself too, because like, I woke up kind of groggy today. I feel like I'm just gonna nap a lot. But I just wanted to hang out.
Yeah, I wish I could. I have other obligations today.
Yeah. I know we were talking about it, but just trying to make sure, like, I didn't take up too much of your time.
Well, I said you had me till 5, so...
I guess, yeah.
Final Fantasy VII is a game that, if you haven't played yourself, you likely know someone who has. If not, you're at least probably somewhat familiar with its characters and music. Even if you're the most casual fan of games or anime, you've likely played Super Smash Bros. For the Nintendo Switch, I
have done that.
Advent Children when it blew up in the mid-2000s.
It's so wild that they put both of them on there.
This game and its characters have proliferated and entered the gaming zeitgeist.
Advent
forever,
Children is
thanks
such a
to the
wild
slew
movie.
of spin-offs,
The video's kind of loud, by the way.
CG movies, and most recently, a full-blown remake. Or, well, part of one.
Yeah, I forgot to readjust it.
It's complicated.
You guys can hear it, right?
Final Fantasy VII projects, and the
Yeah, it was
promise of
kind of
many more
overpowering
leading
us,
pretty
I
far into
think.
the future, it's clear that Final Fantasy VII is becoming its own brand in the eyes of Square Enix now more than ever. Something the original developers and creators could have only dreamed of while deep in the trenches on the original's development. But how did we get to this point? What made Final Fantasy VII such a big deal? And how did it have the lasting power to remain relevant almost a quarter of a century after its original release? Today, we're going to hopefully answer those questions and many more as we take an exhaustive look at the story behind Final Fantasy VII's planning, development, marketing, and subsequent global release and success. How it took the Final Fantasy series to new heights and the JRPG genre as a whole into the mainstream. I'm Virgil for JRPG Central, and this is how Final Fantasy VII took over the world.
JRPG Central. Is that like a news site? I don't know what they do.
I don't really know what they do either, but they came across my I'm not really sure, but
I like the synthwave music they're using.
yeah, they just came over my radar like recently, so it's like I want to share this with people.
I hear you.
The year is 1994. Quentin Tarantino's crime drama Pulp Fiction hits theaters. Earth's biggest bookstore, Amazon.com, is founded. Boyz II Men are at the top of the Billboard 100. Yeah, 1994 was awesome. It was also the year Final Fantasy VI wrapped up production and released in Japan and North America to critical acclaim. Naturally, this would be the same year that planning for the next installment in the series would begin. By this point, the Final Fantasy series had been a breakout success for Japanese game developer Square, first saving the company from impending bankruptcy in 1987, before going on to become a well-established success in Japan 5 entries later. That's why, by 1994, creator and father of the series, Hironobu Sakaguchi, had earned an almost mythic status at Square, starting as a part-time programmer in 1983, before eventually being promoted to executive vice president of the company in 1991. However, even with this movement up the corporate ladder, Sakaguchi would remain heavily involved in the series he created. Previously, he had served as the sole director for every Final Fantasy game up to Final Fantasy VI, where he stepped back into a producer role. Sakaguchi would do the same for the next entry in the series, loosening his grip on the project and allowing other members at Square to hold more prominent roles in development. These included Final Fantasy VI co-director Yoshinori Kitase, who would now step up as Final Fantasy VII's sole director. Kitase was a rather fresh face, having graduated from the Nihon University College of Art just 4 years prior in 1990, before joining Square a year later. Previously, he had worked at an animation studio where he wore multiple hats, from project manager to animation cell colorist, though any form of game development was notably absent from his resume. After catching the eye of Sakaguchi with some of his design work on his very first video game, Final Fantasy Adventure, or Seiken Densetsu in Japan, he was assigned to Final Fantasy V as the game's field map designer, and later to Final Fantasy VI as co-director. While Kitase would helm the upcoming Final Fantasy's director seat, he would still work with Sakaguchi in developing the story and other gameplay elements. Initially, Sakaguchi intended the story to take place in a modern New York City in the year 1999. However, the idea was quickly scrapped early on in the planning stage. Though this
and it became its own series.
Concept would re-emerge years later in another Squaresoft game. It was at this point in time, however, just like Final Fantasy VI before it, that the next Final Fantasy was planned to be another 2D project for Nintendo's 16-bit juggernaut, the Super Nintendo. But due to understaffing and the ever-changing landscape of the gaming industry, the trajectory of this project's development was about to take a completely different turn.
$2D or not $2D?
While a small team of approximately 20 developers, programmers, and designers were in the early stages of developing the 2D Final Fantasy VII prototype, other members of staff at Square were hard at work on another project due out that same year. A high-profile collaboration spearheaded by what would be dubbed the Dream Team internally and later publicly. This team consisted of Final Fantasy series director, designer, and creator Hironobu Sakaguchi, Dragon Quest writer, designer, and creator Yuji Horii, and famed mangaka and creator of Dragon Ball, Akira Toriyama. Their game, an incredibly ambitious time-traveling RPG for the Super Nintendo, dubbed Chrono Trigger. While Chrono Trigger was conceived in 1992, development wouldn't begin until early 1993. By 1994, the project was needing extra help to get it across the finish line and hit their goal of a 1994 release. As a result, the development of the next Final Fantasy was temporarily put on hold so that more members...
Yeah, so this was like, like talked about for like multiple years, kind of like, how Seiken Densetsu was, all those other series, just like, let's think about this and do it now. It's like, well, it doesn't seem like we can show it like we want to, so we have to wait.
Yeah.
Staff could help with the development of Chrono Trigger. Even with this extra help, however, the game would still miss its goal of a 1994 release, releasing in 1995. Though I think it's safe to say it was well worth the extra development time. Once development of Chrono Trigger was complete, the team resumed discussions on Final Fantasy VII. But even after just a year delay, this put the team in a somewhat awkward position. Continuing development on the Super Nintendo would be the safest option. Square had a deep history with Nintendo and, by this point, the team had mastered 2D hardware, with games like Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy VI, and Seiken Densetsu 3 all reaching the pinnacle of what Nintendo's 16-bit hardware was capable of. However, looming on the horizon, the next generation of gaming was imminent. Unbeknownst to anyone at the time, the forthcoming generation would prove not only to be the biggest paradigm shift the games industry had seen, but an equally important shift for the Final Fantasy series and Square as a company. So it was at this point that Square began looking into the possibility of taking the Final Fantasy series into the uncharted world of 3D graphics. As it was with most, if not all, video game companies in 1995, developing a game in 3D was not something that came naturally. None of Square's staff had been trained in, nor had any experience with 3D graphics. Rather than possibly jump headfirst into their first 3D game, Square opted to conduct a bit of experimental research first. The experiment? A fully 3D tech demo using characters and music from one of their most recent hits.
Final Fantasy VI, the interactive CG game.
With one hell of a story and cast, am I right, people?
Yeah. Square would need to look externally for help. This is how Sakaguchi met Kazuyuki Hashimoto, a software engineer who had experience in early 3D graphics working at the now-defunct computer manufacturer Symbolics Incorporated. Fun fact, the symbolics.com domain was originally registered on March 15, 1985, making it the first .com domain ever in the world. At Symbolics, Kaz worked
crazy how that works out, doesn't it?
He helped produce 3D animation graphics for things like TV commercials and news intro logos. If you were around in the 90s, you'll probably recognize some of this stuff. It may look outdated and goofy now, but in 1995, this was on the cutting edge of 3D graphics technology. And using this kind of technology to make an interactive media, a video game, was something no one had ever done before. However, Square wouldn't be the only gaming company to knock on Mr. Hashimoto's door. As the entire industry began to prepare for the eventual shift to 3D, he would receive offers from other game companies trying to recruit him to their team. However, he wasn't interested and never seriously considered any of the offers. That is, until he met Hironobu Sakaguchi. Whether it was charm or that devilishly handsome mustache, he was, for one reason or another, different than the rest. Hashimoto recalls the first time they met. Sakaguchi-san was different. He's talented. He has something. I don't know what he has, but he has something.
He has something.
Talent or ability to see what will happen in the future. Kazuyuki Hashimoto.
He just has it.
Symbolics in 1995 to come work with Square on the technical experiment that was now officially titled Final Fantasy VI: The Interactive CG Game. The point of this demo was twofold: to train staff in 3D development, as it was completely different from 2D development, and to figure out the creative limits to this new, unstudied hardware. Kaz wouldn't be the only engineer on staff, though. He would help Sakaguchi connect with other engineers to build a small team to get this project into motion. For them, it was their first time working on a video game, and for the staff at Square, it was their first time working with 3D graphics, each group making up for the other's weaknesses. To build this demo, Square purchased 4 incredibly high-end machines from 3D hardware powerhouse Silicon Graphics, otherwise known as SGI. These machines were massive, weighing hundreds of pounds. The specific configurations ordered cost roughly $70,000 a piece in 1995. Adjusted for inflation, that's roughly $144,000 for one computer the size of a large mini-fridge, and about 5 times as heavy. Luckily, by this point, Square was flush with cash thanks to the success of the Final Fantasy series, and regardless of which direction the next Final Fantasy would take, these machines were seen as an investment in the company's future developments. Once the demo was complete, the team decided to show it at one of the biggest computer graphics conventions in North America, SIGGRAPH in Los Angeles, California. However, there was one quite literal not-so-small-sized problem. The team couldn't feasibly bring over a machine from Japan to run the demo on, as the SGI Onyx the demo was built on was around 300 pounds and the size of an outside air conditioning unit. The team had worked for months on this demo.
Couldn't they just, I guess, no airplane would let them do it unless it was a private plane.
And the moment they had worked so hard on...
That's my thought. I was wondering about that.
Luckily for them, Kaz had connections at SGI in America and was able to arrange a loan just in time for the show. Now, it's important to keep in mind, however, that this wasn't E3. This wasn't a gaming trade show. This was a convention for 3D graphics technology. And so, the reception to the demo was somewhat lukewarm. For the most part, people just didn't understand it. Most were looking for realistic graphics to be used in movies and television, not whatever some weird Japanese company had cooked up on a couple of SGI Onyxes. The team recalls the response.
Oh, these people have no taste.
Yeah.
A lot of them were interested in high-tech engineering or military-related things for business purposes, and we demonstrated this game just for
Kenny
fun.
Loggins.
People said, "Oh, interesting."
I'm not sure what the context is really. Hey. And now the danger zone. Oh, okay.
You have to let him finish the whole joke.
Yeah.
At the time, when you were talking about computer graphics,
Please have a good day. Thank you, Kamigino. Hope you're doing well.
Could throw into a live-action movie, and they couldn't tell the difference.
In fairness,
But we
I
used
really do
CG
enjoy
to
Kenny
represent
Loggins'
anime
music.
characters. Because of that, I think a lot of people at the show weren't very interested in it. But that's what we wanted to do.
It would be nice if we could reminisce about old music,
being
but
said, the people
we
who
can't
actually
play
gave it a
old
shot
music on
seemed to
stream.
really
We don't have a
enjoy it,
radio license.
often asking to play it a
Yeah.
second or third time to try and figure out the right combination of commands to beat the game. You see,
I have to
rather than
abandon my
making a selection
aspirations
from
of
a list
becoming a
commands,
DJ on
the
Twitch.
demo featured an odd gesture-based input method for selecting commands. Using a mouse, you'd input a Z shape, an O circle shape, and a star shape, each for different commands in the game.
Yeah, that's really weird that they would do it for this game.
You play as Shadow, Locke, and a blonde Terra, who more resembles her Amano artwork than her in-game sprite. The three are battling a golem-looking monster.
Yeah, I
that
noticed,
looks
like,
into
even with,
something
like, the
from
latest
Dragon
stuff,
Quest
they
IV
end up
Prince.
using, like, the
Meanwhile, the
blonde
music
Terra
selection
more than the
changes
green
between
hair
various
one.
boss themes
Yeah.
from Final
I find that a
Fantasy
little
VI,
vexing, but
starting with the end phase of Dancing Mad, before going into the
they
regular boss
seem to
theme,
prefer
which
the
I just
blonde
find
one in
kind of weird.
Japan. I don't
also
know.
find
I don't get it,
incredibly
but
fascinating that the tech demo was built and rendered in 16:9 widescreen, as opposed to, say, 4:3.
Different
like most
tastes, I
media
guess.
In the 90s.
Yeah.
Try as I might, I couldn't find any information about this one specific detail. My guess is that it was a conscious design decision to make the game more cinematic. I also did manage to find this one image of a Square developer with a 16:9 CRT on his desk, which I find interesting. Overall then, the demo proved to be a success. Even Silicon Graphics themselves took an interest in the demo, with engineering director Michael Jones asking to have a copy to demonstrate at the company's headquarters in Mountain View, California. So it was then that the success of this demo, coupled with the excitement for the technology shared between the team, is what ultimately led to move forward with the next Final Fantasy being the first one in 3D, leaving that original 2D prototype to fade into obscurity. To this day, this single screenshot is the only publicly available physical evidence that such a version of the game ever existed. And while it's obvious now that it was abandoned in the early stages of development, it's fascinating to think what could have been if Final Fantasy VII had been developed.
What could have been, yeah.
Super Nintendo. Not long after the convention was held, Western gaming enthusiast magazines
There's
began to
speculation
share
that
screenshots from the
Square
Super
might
demo,
do
incorrectly
Final
reporting it as
Fantasy
the next Final
VI
Fantasy
remake
in
of
development
some
for
kind.
Nintendo's upcoming home console, the Ultra 64. Given the demo's aesthetic,
What that would
along
look
with
like,
Square's
I'm not
long
really
history
sure.
with Nintendo,
Yeah.
it was admittedly a somewhat safe assumption to assume this was a Final Fantasy game in development.
But then again,
for
we
Nintendo's
have
first
rumors
3D
about
console. But ironically,
they're doing something
this
with Final
misreporting
Fantasy IX
would
and nothing
make
has
what came
materialized
next
yet.
all the more shocking.
Maybe we'll hear about something this summer. What do you think?
Maybe.
Hopefully.
Will Disc do its part?
By the latter half of 1995, Square had released over 25 games over the course of 8 years across Nintendo's NES, Super NES, and Game Boy systems. The two companies had an incredibly close working relationship, with Square basically acting as a second-party developer for Nintendo. With the team fully on track to produce Final Fantasy VII as a 3D title, Square began to put together a plan for what Final Fantasy VII would look like on the Nintendo 64. This included a plan to utilize the upcoming 64DD, a magnetic disc-based peripheral for the Ultra 64. Given their close relationship with Nintendo, and
Oh
Silicon
boy.
Graphics even officially partnering with Nintendo for its upcoming hardware, developing Final Fantasy VII for Nintendo's upcoming system seemed like a no-brainer. Almost immediately, however, the team began to run
In a
into
way,
issues
Square got
with
burned by this
stages of
twice.
testing for Nintendo's hardware. The hardware
Suppose
limitations,
they did,
both
yeah.
in terms of storage capacity as well as raw horsepower, quickly became problematic. The team wanted to include lengthy cutscenes and large amounts of content in the game, and fitting this on Nintendo's proprietary cartridge-based storage would be incredibly difficult, if even possible. The aforementioned 64DD hardware expansion was still in the early stages of development and wouldn't be ready anytime soon. And in fact, the 64DD would end up being delayed for 4 years, not releasing until the fall of 1999, and went on to be a critical and commercial failure, never releasing outside of Japan. Around this time, Sony had just released their own home console in the Sony PlayStation. Entering a new market for the first time is never easy, and the video game market was no exception. Looking for companies to work with to help bolster the new hardware, Sony approached Square, asking if they'd be interested in developing for their own home console. Leaders from Square were hesitant, stating that they primarily made games for Nintendo. Sony understood, but remained open to work with them if they changed their mind. Meanwhile, by this point, Nintendo and Sony had their own fair share of history. Back in 1988, the two companies had entered a partnership to produce a CD-ROM add-on for the Super Nintendo. It would be compatible with all previous SNES titles, as well as titles released for what was dubbed the Super Disc format. However, Nintendo president Hiroshi Yamauchi became unhappy with the contract, as it gave Sony more control over licensing than he thought was warranted. Fast forward to June of 1991 at the Consumer Electronics Show, otherwise known as CES. Sony officially announces their SNES-compatible CD console, the PlayStation. The next day, when it was Nintendo's turn to take the stage, they announced their partnership with Philips, Sony's greatest rival in the consumer electronics space, to the surprise of everyone in attendance, Sony included.
You would think they would say something beforehand, right? But no,
I
they
would think
just
so. Yeah.
yeah, they just like dumped them hard.
After considering Sony's offer, Square's programmers started comparing benchmarks between the Nintendo 64 and a prototype of Sony's PlayStation. The results were staggering. Character programmer Hiroshi Kawai was tasked with running some of these benchmarks and recalls the stark difference. We'd be running parallel comparisons between the PlayStation, where you would have a bunch of 2D sprites bouncing off the screen, and you would see how many polygons you could get within a 60th of a second. And even without any kind of texturing or any kind of lighting, it was less than 50% of what you would be able to get out of the PlayStation. There was no way you'd be able to get anything close to what Final Fantasy VII was doing on PlayStation on the 64 at that time. Hiroshi Kawai. After seeing the results, Sakaguchi knew that to fully realize his vision for Final Fantasy VII, the team would have to develop the game for Sony's PlayStation. or at the very least, a more powerful disc-based gaming system. In interviews from around this time, Sakaguchi states that the team looked into other machines such as the Sega Saturn, but how serious these considerations really were remains a mystery. Ultimately, the team made their pitch to the president and founder of Square, Masafumi Miyamoto, to move development from Nintendo to Sony. For Masafumi, it would come down to whether or not it made business sense. Sakaguchi insisted that this shift would be necessary to make the game something truly special, that the game he wanted to make simply would not be possible on the Nintendo 64. Not only did Miyamoto approve of the idea, he encouraged the team and told them to do as they saw fit. And so, early the next year, on January 12, 1996, Square publicly announced that they would be developing and releasing Final Fantasy VII for the Sony PlayStation.
Yeah.
This announcement sent shockwaves throughout the video game industry. To many gamers at the time, Square and Nintendo were inseparable, whereas Sony still had a lot to prove.
It's not like they were married or anything. I mean,
no, not at all, but it definitely did like surprise people.
Capacity
Like,
eventually caused many other developers to jump ship to the PlayStation. Square
it felt weird to
imagine if the reverse happened. What if Final Fantasy VII did release on the N64? Then things would have looked very different, right?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Maybe the N64 would have actually gotten way more JRPGs.
Personal
Possibly.
accounts on Nintendo's reaction to Square's decision vary depending on who you ask. Hironobu Sakaguchi insists everything was cordial, while other team members have suggested that wasn't the case. When we made our decision, the president of Square, our lead programmer, and I went to a meeting with Nintendo president Yamauchi-san. And Yamauchi-san welcomed us with a very expensive bento meal and beer, and gave us a very nice welcome, and basically patted us on the back to say, "I wish you the best, no bitter feelings or anything. Hironobu Sakaguchi." But character programmer Hiroshi Kawai had heard differently. Quote, "I think Sakaguchi is just trying to be politically correct with that one. What I heard was Nintendo said, if you're leaving us, never come back. Hiroshi Kawai." A stark contrast, to say the least. Then again, Yamauchi was known to hold a grudge, and he did have this incredible
The
quote
Emperor.
later in 1999. Quote, "People who play RPGs are depressed gamers who like to sit alone in their dark rooms and—
Hey, sir, sir. What's with the personal attack there, man? Come on.
I mean, I mean, I guess that's what he probably seen the most, like from pictures or something. And
I'm offended. I'm never buying a Nintendo game ever again.
Also, like,
clearly
we've learned to touch grass more often.
Yeah, you kind of have to.
After deciding to part ways with Nintendo, Square moved quickly to bring Final Fantasy VII to life on Sony's PlayStation. Their target for release? The fall of that very year. This left the team with an extraordinarily short amount of time to develop the game. And while games were developed much more quickly during this time compared to the bloated dev cycles that we have today, that was really only true for the prior 2D generations. This was all new technology and a new generation of hardware. Turning around something so ambitious this quickly would prove to be a daunting yet incredibly rewarding challenge for the team to overcome. And it's a development period that many at Square would go on to say has never been replicated. To help expedite this development process, Square ramped up both their own technology and staff, investing serious capital in the process. While exact numbers vary, Final Fantasy VII's development team ballooned from roughly 30 people, a fairly standard number for a game at the time, to around 150 developers, artists, programmers, and the like, including Hollywood CG visual effects artists who had worked on blockbuster films like Star Wars, Terminator 2, and Jurassic Park. At the time, this was the largest video game development team in history. Back in August of the previous year, Square had formed a new North American studio in Los Angeles, California, aptly named Square LA. Between December of '95 and March of '96, they would publish ads in popular gaming magazines looking for talented people to join the newly formed studio, of which Sakaguchi was.
They were recruiting.
Note that this studio is different from
It's hip to be Square.
well-known North American
Recruit me,
subsidiary,
Square.
Squaresoft.
Put me on
Whose
your
headquarters
team.
were located
I can
in
talk Final
Washington.
Fantasy till the cows come home.
Squaresoft's primary function up to this point, apart from being Square's outward-facing brand in the States, had been localizing and distributing Square of Japan's titles.
That
to the
commercial.
North
Oh
American
god, I
audience.
love that commercial.
Though they would eventually develop their own original games for the company, like Secret of Evermore. Square LA, on the other hand, later rebranding as Square
I remember
USA,
seeing Sarah
would
play
work
that one.
hand in hand with Square of Japan in the development of new titles.
Yeah, I rented that game as a kid.
Would be creating the game's pre-rendered backgrounds. When it came to the technology used, Square unsurprisingly spared no expense, as the company had had a long-running obsession with technology by this point. Their philosophy was if they were going to do something, they were going to do it the best, better than anyone else, and their commitment to Final Fantasy VII's development was a true testament to that philosophy. Here's a quote from production
The best it ever was.
Kajitani. Square was always of the mind that it would be best to commit 100% to just one thing. So where, for example, Sega would buy a $10,000 machine, Square would buy a $100,000 machine. Then when we'd go out to recruit designers and programmers, they would say, well, we'd rather work with the $100,000 machine. Shinichiro Kajitani. And so they did. Square purchased over 200 SGI Indigo 2 workstations for use on the development of Final Fantasy VII. Luckily, the Indigo 2 was a much more compact machine than the Onyx that the SIGGRAPH demo was built on, with these being able to easily fit on a desk under a monitor. What was not at all smaller than those machines were the Onyx and Challenge servers that were also purchased during this time. These obelisks were the size of full-sized refrigerators, and cost $1.5 million just for the two of them. In
Holy
total,
cow.
Square spent approximately $21 million on the development hardware and software alone for Final Fantasy VII.
That's crazy.
That feels like small potatoes now.
Giving them the tools they needed to outpace many of their contemporaries working in early 3D game development. Thanks to the unprecedented support from Square, the team was able to focus on quality and scale rather than constantly worrying about working within a budget. With work on Final Fantasy VII properly underway, it was time to shape the scope of the game and the tone of its world. While Final Fantasy VI was a light departure from the medieval setting the series had become known for, with its industrial steampunk-inspired towns, Final Fantasy
Hey, Foxy, how you doing?
abandoned the worlds of castles and
We're just watching a video about how Final Fantasy VII took over the world in the mid to later 90s.
It's crazy to think that's, you know, a big part of Square's strategy nowadays is still centered around Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah.
They're going to be announcing the third part of the remake this year.
With harsh lights taking the place of the
I think a lot of people are thinking Summer Games Fest.
This city would serve
That sounds likely, but I think Square might like have their own presentation. I'm not sure.
Probably.
Theme as well as the narrative's main conflict. You begin the game taking control of a young man by the name of Cloud Strife, former soldier first class gone rogue against the mega corporation in control of Midgar, known as Shinra. You team up with Avalanche, an insurgent group of eco-terrorists looking to save the planet from Shinra, which is bleeding it dry of its natural life force known as the Lifestream. Eventually, you're forced
That's a fun at work? Nice.
set out on your quest to save the planet and uncover the truth of your past. The story is full of twists and turns and touches on themes of identity, self-discovery, loss, and fate. It's a more mature story than the series had ever seen, and is yet another generational leap that Final Fantasy VII would represent. However, despite the enormous shift in setting and the huge leap in visual and audio fidelity, Final Fantasy VII's overall structure would remain familiar to fans of the series. Over the course of the game, you would visit towns, speak with NPCs, and encounter enemies randomly in the now fully 3D world map, even beginning with the same zoom-in effect that had become a hallmark of the series' battle scenes. Once in battle, however, the differences between
All local restaurants. Oh, that's cool.
immediately apparent. One of the first decisions made for Final Fantasy
I'm sure there are a lot of like unique recipes.
series to 3D entirely was the idea of a shifting cinematic camera during battle, one with multiple angles that were dependent on what was happening on screen. This was a large focus of the SIGGRAPH demo, and the aspect of the demo that seemed to excite the team the most. In Final Fantasy's past, battles were static, with enemies on one side and your heroes on the other. Battles in Final Fantasy VII would begin with a sweeping camera pan into the battlefield as your party appears on screen.
I always found this to be really intriguing.
We kind of take this for granted, but like the way the camera moves around when the battles start in Final Fantasy VII is really, really cool.
And brought a newfound sense of cinematography to the series.
Moroccan style chili. I'm curious.
As I'll discuss later. The biggest mechanical change to the combat would come in the form of the materia system, which was also one of the game's earliest concepts. Pitched by Sakaguchi himself, this system was at the core of Final Fantasy VII's gameplay. Unlike previous entries where characters had dedicated roles like the classic tabletop RPGs that inspired them, the materia system allowed you to customize each character's spells and abilities to your liking on the fly. Each character could play completely differently or entirely the same. The decision was left up to the player, which not
Oh, is that what it used
Final Fantasy's gameplay,
extensively? That's
made the
interesting.
game far more accessible to newcomers.
Cumin is spicy, right? Or is it just like...
Weapons and equipment, giving it even more value. Materia would also serve as a
Or is it just that,
point in the
like,
game's narrative.
kick to it that makes anything spicy feel more spicy?
Was to ensure that the computer-generated full-motion videos, or FMVs, would transition to and from gameplay seamlessly, with no loading or obvious signs of a cut between the two.
It's a flavor profile. Okay.
Incredibly crucial to the team, as any crack in the illusion could break the player's immersion into the game world. For their time, these scenes were truly a marvel to behold. And while more modern versions of the game you'd play today make the cuts between the two a lot more obvious, at the time, displayed on a proper CRT, the cuts were completely indistinguishable. The FMV scenes were yet another example of something that simply would not have been possible on the Nintendo 64, and are a large part of why the development team shifted to the PlayStation in the first place. Of course, looking at it now, it's funny to think anyone could
Yeah, I was blown away with it, even a few years after the game came out.
First time that real-time graphics could even begin to resemble something you could describe as cinematic in the traditional sense. The team was so incredibly excited by the technology and its capabilities that they wanted it to feel as close to a film as possible. This interview from just before the game's launch makes a point to drive home that comparison.
いわゆる映画的な表現っていうのができるようになったんです。
将来例えば映画と競合するようになった時に、やっぱ負けたくないなと。まあ映画的なアングルが実際のゲームの中でできるようになったっていうのが、まあその 3D の描画ができるマシンに移行して一番良かったですね。
映画はまあ1時間から2時間ぐらいですけども、見ていて非常にのめり込みますから。
Yeah, Soul Reaver was very cinematic at points too. A lot of companies went into that. Is like makes me glad that they are releasing like a legacy collection of that too.
それを目指したいんですけども、僕にとってはやはり昔から映像重視、音重視だと思ってますから。映画とのその融合というよりはまあ映画を超えたいという気持ちが強いですけども。
Visual design, audio divine.
When it came to the game's art direction, while the title of art director would fall on Yusuke Noura, it would be fellow artist Tetsuya Nomura who would leave a lasting impression on the game, thanks to his distinct anime-style illustrations. In Final Fantasy games prior, character and concept design had traditionally fallen on Yoshitaka Amano, a famed fashion artist who had done work for the series since its inception. However, due to prior commitments to overseas art workshops and exhibits, his involvement with Final Fantasy VII was limited in comparison, only working on some promotional art closer to release, as well as the game's iconic logo. According to Sakaguchi, during the pre-production of each new Final Fantasy title, the entire team would submit ideas for the game, regardless of their position on the team. While everyone handed in text documents typed up on PC, Nomura would always submit handwritten notes with illustrations attached. This impressed Sakaguchi to the point where he began to look forward to his illustrations. This is what eventually led him to hand-pick Nomura as the main character designer for the game. Prior to this, Nomura's credits were of a debugger for Final Fantasy IV, monster designer on Final Fantasy V, and graphic director on Final Fantasy VI. Main character designer would be
so like if you look at certain sprites like in Final Fantasy V, you can see there's one late game sprite that looks like Aerith from Final Fantasy VII.
Final Fantasy VII had not yet been completed, and thanks to the
It's like an enemy
Sakaguchi
sprite.
and Kitase
When
had
you
for
see
him,
it,
he was
you'll
able to
recognize
openly
it.
present his own
I
ideas
see, yeah.
and input, helping to shape not only the characters of Final Fantasy VII, but its overall narrative and design alongside Sakaguchi and Kitase. One of the very first characters Nomura would design for the game would be Cloud. Early on, he was envisioned to have black, slicked back hair to, one,
That's not Cloud.
overall polygon count, and two, contrast with the antagonist Sephiroth's long silver hair. However, to help Cloud stick out more as the main character, Nomura decided to go with the iconic spiky blonde look we know today, though that design did undergo some changes of its own throughout development. As for Sephiroth, his goal was for him to be the complete antithesis to Cloud, and to also embody kakui, a Japanese term that translates to cool or stylish in English.
Kakui.
My concept for Sephiroth from the beginning was that everything about him would be kakui, his battle movements and all his in-game scenes too. My image of the relationship between Cloud and Sephiroth was that of Musashi Miyamoto and Sasaki Kojiro, and I had them in mind when I designed their appearance as well as their swords. Of course, Cloud is Musashi and Sephiroth is Kojiro.
The Brave Fencer Musashi? Wow.
Tetsuya Nomura.
Sorry, I had to do that.
The rivalry between Musashi Miyamoto and Sasaki Kojiro is one of the most iconic in samurai history. Though time has romanticized much of their story, their rivalry endures as a classic clash between two master swordsmen with contrasting styles and philosophies. This contrast comes through in Cloud and Sephiroth, with each contrasting the other in more ways than one. Nomura would also be the one to propose the limit break system, wherein each character has an ultimate ability that charges over time. These were developed as both a flashy battle mechanic as well as a way to evoke each character's unique personality during battle.
Meteor Rain. It's cool that they made so many limits for every character.
Be understated. His character designs were instantly iconic and leaned heavily into the anime aesthetic that had just begun to spread across the West like wildfire. Even with hindsight, there was truly no better time to change up the series' art style, and he did so masterfully. When it came to the game's sound, the musical score would be composed, arranged, and produced by series veteran Nobuo Uematsu, who had also served as the sole composer for the 6 previous entries in the series. His work for Square dated back to the company's inception, first working on games like King's Knight and Rad Racer for the NES, before meeting Sakaguchi and composing the score for the very first Final Fantasy in 1987. Fast forward to 1996, and in just shy of a decade, the technological advances and capabilities of the CD-ROM format would allow Uematsu to compose music he could have only dreamed of creating before. Just as it was for many on the team during this time, this was a significant period of creativity and challenge for Uematsu. Originally, he saw this expansion of storage as an opportunity to implement tracks with vocals and singers. However, doing so would have increased load times, and so he decided against it. Instead, Uematsu would opt to use the PlayStation's internal sound chip in a similar fashion to the way he had used the Super Nintendo's chip before it. However, with the PlayStation, he would have access to a full 24 channels of audio to work with, compared to the Super Nintendo's measly 8. In essence, this gave Uematsu more than double the amount of available inputs for instruments or samples. The game would still be the first game in the series to use digitized voice samples, thanks to their use in the game's final boss theme, One Winged Angel, for which Uematsu would take a different approach to composing entirely. With this track, Uematsu wanted to outdo his previous work on—
So wait, did he have not actual voices doing the song or something?
Well, if you listen to it, like, it sounds really compressed, but it's like a synthesized voice, I guess.
Okay.
It doesn't sound like people doing it.
Ah, I see. How so, Foxy? Sega Saturn game called Amok?
Final Fantasy VI, whose final boss theme took the form of an incredible multi-layered 18-minute long epic. Topping a track like that,
Dancing Mad is an incredible track.
Uematsu
It is.
said that he wanted to create something that would sound like 60s or 70s rock performed by a full orchestra, and for the piece to have the same destructive impact as rock music. To come up with something truly unique, Uematsu would take a gamble and mix his clearly proven composition style, composing this song piece by piece rather than in sequence. He recalls the process. It felt too boring to start the piece with an introduction, followed by melody A, melody B, a chorus, and an ending, like most songs. I wanted to make something different structurally. So without any preconceptions about how the song would turn out, I wrote down 2 to 4 measures of music that popped into my head every day until I got about 20 to 30 different measures. Then I took those different pieces and rearranged them to fit together. That process of placing these various 2 to 4 measure pieces of music is how I composed One Winged Angel. That was a totally new approach for me.
Oh, did you get disinterested afterwards, or like did you get distracted by other games?
Or it could have turned out horribly. Nobuo Uematsu. This gamble would pay off big time, as not only would One Winged Angel become the most iconic track from Final Fantasy VII, it would later go on to become—
Oh, hi, Sophie. How you doing?
Hello, Sophie. Welcome on in.
Got distracted by other games? That happens, honestly. There's like so many like cool games coming out like this year and last. It's just like,
yeah, I know.
It's just like oh man.
Become one of the most recognizable
Too many
tracks from the
games.
entire
It's
series.
overwhelming.
Today, at Square Enix's Final Fantasy Distant Worlds concerts, the song is featured as the encore to almost every single
If I
show.
wasn't doing this, I'd probably be
When it
playing
came to
Neo
composing
3,
the rest of the
actually.
game, Uematsu also took a different
I saw you play some of that. How is that treating you?
much less extreme sense. In keeping with
It
the
was
team's
good.
vision
I
to
mean,
create
it's
a
a
film
bit of a rough
experience,
start, but
Uematsu
once you
sought
get
to score
going, it
the
gets
game
really
like the
good.
film as well. His goal was to create melodies that would fit within the game,
I'm
but that
enjoying it.
would, at the same time, not overpower what was happening on screen. Sakaguchi also wanted to have no repeating tracks in the game, as with the movies, you rarely heard a melody repeat unless it was the theme of the film. Of course, this goal was somewhat unrealistic, as video games by their very nature are repetitive. And with a game
I'm
this
in a
large,
place
some
where,
music
like,
was bound to
you know,
repeat,
I'm still
but the
mostly
goal
about
was to
older
make each
games and
area feel
RPGs, but
distinct
I
and
still
unique.
find, like, new
I
things to
think
get
Uematsu's
excited
goal
over, you
of
know?
fitting a
Yeah, I still
it's a good
find
place
things
to be.
really
especially in some of the
that
earlier
I would like to play.
which helped to give Midgar its identity.
Underneath the rotting pizza. There's nothing worse than bad pizza, am I right, chat?
Yeah. Thankfully, I don't come across that very often.
Yeah.
Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. Boo, do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do.
It's just like a real... the grooviest song about oppressed people I've ever heard in my life.
Total, Final Fantasy
Very, very groovy, yeah.
time would span just 1 year with a total development budget of approximately $45 million US. Adjusted for inflation, that's roughly $87 million. While it was certainly a busy and challenging time for the team, one that undoubtedly had its own fair share of crunch, it seems that most were happy to work on the game to the extent that they did, thanks to an unprecedented amount of passion towards the project. After all, it's very rare that you get to be first at something, and the team worked together to do just that. Create something that had never been done. A cutting-edge, fully 3D role-playing game with a budget to match that of a blockbuster film. And so, after countless hours of blood, sweat, and tears, as well as a slight delay, Final Fantasy VII was released in Japan on January 31st, 1997 for the PlayStation. Instantly, the game was a huge success in Japan, selling 2 million copies within its first 3 days on the market, and was touted as one of the PlayStation's true killer apps by magazines such as Computing Japan. Really though, the game's success in Japan was practically guaranteed. Japan was the home of the series, and this was the biggest, baddest entry the series had ever seen. So there was really almost no chance that Final Fantasy VII would be a flop in Japan, especially with all the excitement surrounding the technology at the time. The game's success outside of Japan, however, was far from guaranteed.
Yep, and we'll find out more about that after this. That's a good way to go to commercial break. Be right back.
All right, let's.
All right, so yeah, Japan was going to be successful for seven, but there was that was lingering questions like how will it do elsewhere. Also, I think it's got like 19 minutes, so we might go a little bit over 5, but not by too much.
That's fine.
Yeah,
just so long as I can get out and do some walking and get ready for things I got to do this evening.
Yeah, not a problem. Like, it's been tough for me to hang out with friends. Also, I think my stomach has been kind of acting weird. I think I might need to
something.
In fact, at
I
this point in
did,
time,
but I think I might just need to lay down for the rest of the night.
total revenue came
Oh, okay. I mean, I don't want to push you too hard.
Nah, yeah.
of the original
It's only 20 minutes.
actually outsold its Famicom counterpart.
I think I just need like a nice long like
And
rest.
heavily promoting it through their in-house magazine, Nintendo Power. Every
Fair
other
enough.
North American release sold far less than its Japanese counterpart. Still, the series had its diehard fans, and it sold well enough in the States to make a profit. But it was still considered a niche series in America, at least in comparison. This was largely believed to be due to the West's inability to truly appreciate the games for what they were.
We were too dumb to play RPGs. That's what they were thinking. 24/7. They were very wrong.
How could they even think that? I mean, we're the ones that gave them Wizardry and Ultima. Come on.
I know, yeah, but for
no
for like 7 or 8-year-olds who might be playing this.
Sequential release of the series in the West.
That's what Pokemon was for.
To be dumbed down and
True, but that came out much later.
the shining beacon of this hubristic perception.
Look,
however,
I'm going
was
through
Final Fantasy Mystic
Leaf Green right now. This game is really hard.
It was a game designed, developed, and intended specifically for the American audience, with the hope.
Yeah, we got this in place of Final Fantasy V.
What you say? You have no chance to survive, mate, your time.
This would be the breakout game that finally took the series into the mainstream outside of Japan. And well, obviously that didn't happen. Otherwise, this would be a very different video. I won't go into it too deeply here, as this video is plenty long as it is, but if you haven't played it, Mystic Quest was a very basic RPG, with a more shallow story and more action-oriented gameplay than Western fans of the
It's a fine RPG. It's like,
While the game
20 hours at
received
least.
really favorable reviews from critics at the time, it ended up selling no better than any other Final Fantasy game had in the West, completely missing the mark.
But thanks to games like Zelda, Yeastay, and Lagoon. Lagoon? Yes, Lagoon. Yeah, it was a good game. Hi, Wizard. How you doing? It's been a while. Now, Lagoon on like Sharp 68,000, which a much better game in comparison to SNES.
Belief that Japan thought less of the Western gamer. Final Fantasy Mystic Quest would even go on to be released a year later in Japan as Final Fantasy USA, with a little red, white, and blue banner across the top and everything. Ain't that cute?
Lurk whenever you're busy. I appreciate it.
Was also localizing and releasing several Final Fantasy games for the original Game Boy. This began with the Final Fantasy Legend in 1990, followed by Final Fantasy Adventure and Final Fantasy Legend II in 1991, with the last Game Boy release coming in the form of Final Fantasy Legend III in 1993. Thing is, none of these were actually Final Fantasy games. Instead, they were other RPGs developed by Square of Japan.
Yeah, and that's how we started getting Saga and Mana. And then, they named them correctly, of course. We never got Trials of Mana until much later. And we didn't get another Saga game till Saga Frontier. We missed out on the SNES era.
Japan, that they simply localized and rebranded under the Final Fantasy name in hopes of cashing in on the initial game's somewhat manufactured success. And while they sold well enough, they were certainly no Pokemon. And
Yeah, it was bigger.
to that mainstream
And Seiken was a Gaiden, basically, as it was not subtitled.
America and the North American releases. What about our friends across the pond in Europe?
I guess Saga as well, but
Never been released there. Unless you count Mystic Quest, which was released there shortly after the Japanese release, under the title Mystic Quest Legend, which, for the record, I don't.
yeah, it's much more confusing being called that. Inclusive 76 Zeitgern Spiegelberater. God, that's a mouthful for German.
So, in a way, when it came time to localize and market Final Fantasy VII, this was really Square's second attempt at capturing the Western audience in a major way. Even with this second chance, it would still be a gamble. What if the Japanese developers were right? What if this game really was too massive and too complex for the average Western mind? A simple standard release alone wouldn't be enough. This launch needed a hook. a story that could sell. And luckily for Square, that's exactly what they would get. Thanks to some creative minds at Sony of America, working hand in hand with one of the most prestigious marketing firms in the world.
Taking over the world!
By 1997, the PlayStation was a resounding success. But in North America, Sony was still fighting an uphill battle against two seasoned giants. Sega had Sonic and Nintendo had Mario, two instantly recognizable icons tailor-made for marketing. Sony did have Crash Bandicoot, who debuted the year before, but he was still new. He hadn't earned the cultural weight that the others carried. Until they could build their own catalog of first-party franchises, Sony would rely heavily on third-party partnerships. One of their most fruitful partnerships would be with Square. Towards the tail end of Final Fantasy VII's development, Sony pushed for full Western publishing rights to the game, even offering Square an incredibly lucrative deal that would net them nearly the same amount of profit as if they had published the game themselves. A publishing deal like this was practically unheard of at the time, especially during Nintendo's iron grip on the industry, and just goes to show how serious Sony was about their new gaming venture. Sony would also co-promote and market the game alongside Square, coordinating a massive marketing campaign in the West. Sony themselves allocated a massive $40 million towards marketing for the game, split between Japan, Europe, and North America, with $20 million going towards the American campaign alone.
Yeah, and some of that 20 million went to what programming block that came out in 1997, Toonami. That was a part of that too. They did it as a game review though.
With funding secured, it was finally time.
It's kind of funny how Toonami came at the right time to be a push.
One shot at this, one chance to do it and to do it right. You see, video game marketing in the 90s was a little different than it is today. There was no social media, no influencers, no skippable video ads on YouTube. I mean, there was no YouTube either, but that's beside the point. While video games were truly unlike any other form of entertainment, their marketing was just like any other form of entertainment marketing at that time. Your options were fairly limited. There was print, radio, and lastly, television. Most video games in the 80s and 90s were marketed like toys, with over-the-top, in-your-face commercials and print ads. This wasn't always the case, but most of the video game commercials you would see on TV were much more akin to a toy commercial than, say, a trailer for a film. It was
That's
here
true.
that Sony of America's
I mean,
senior
we have
marketing
watched a
manager,
lot of
David
video
Bamberger,
game
and
commercials
his
in our
team
time.
struck gold.
Yeah.
A bold idea that would define how the game was received in the West. He and his team would partner with marketing firm TBWA Chiat Day, which I will simply abbreviate as Chiat Day going forward for my own sanity. The previous year, Chiat Day had been responsible for the now iconic marketing campaign for Crash Bandicoot.
Oh yeah, this commercial.
Outside of Nintendo America's actual headquarters and taunted them through a megaphone.
Mustache man, your worst nightmare has arrived. Pack up your stuff. I got a little surprise for you here. Check it out.
Prior to this, Chiat Day were probably most famous for their iconic 1984 campaign, which introduced the first Apple Macintosh to the masses. They would also go on to produce the Yo Quiero Taco Bell campaign, as well as the hugely successful Get a Mac campaign from the mid-aughts. Bamberger and his team,
Hey, Wild Arms mentioned.
partnered with Chiat Day, would
Yeah,
map
still
out
gotta
a
play that
3-month
one.
campaign that would begin in August of 1997. The main focus of the campaign would be to use the game's then stunning movie-like visuals to specifically attract newcomers to the series, as the established RPG fan would likely be interested in the game regardless, as Bamberger noted. The RPG player, we already had them. They would look at this game and of course they'd want to play it. Our balancing act was, how do you celebrate what this is for the RPG fan and, at the same time, attract the mass market to come in and check it out? David Bamberger. The team landed on a multi-pronged approach. First, they would start with the core audience. Magazines like Game Informer and Electronic Gaming Monthly would preview the game and tout its success in Japan, generating hype and excitement among its readers. From there, that excitement would slowly bleed into the more mainstream outlets. Next, they would run full-page print ads in magazines and comic books. These ads went for a less is more approach.
Yeah, it's to a human what headlights are to a deer. Great. I think I saw this as a kid.
Each displaying a simple screenshot from one of the game's many FMVs, with minimal one-liners placed above.
Coming to a screen near you.
Purposefully formatted in letterboxed widescreen to really sell the comparison of Final Fantasy VII to that of a film. Some of these ads would even play into the ever-growing console wars, and the drama behind Nintendo and Square's breakup. With this ad specifically that depicts the Mako cannon from Junon, with text copy above that reads, "Someone please get the guys who make cartridge games a cigarette and a blindfold." Even the game's North American box art was thought out and purposefully crafted. The Japanese release went with a classy minimalist approach, with a pure white background and the game's logo placed slightly offset from the middle. For the North American release, Bamberger and Shy at Day would keep a similar motif while making something a little more grabbing. Inspiration for the cover would come from promotional materials for Lawrence of Arabia, which was one of Bamberger's favorite films. The background would be soaked in white, with the monolithic headquarters of the game's main antagonistic force, Shinra, towering over the game's protagonist, Cloud, looking up with a determined grip on his already...
This is just a classic shot. It's just so memorable. I love it. It's like, yeah, this is what draws me into this game.
Iconic Buster Sword. To Bamberger, the composition gave a sense of the main character heading off on a grand adventure. I felt that the prestige feel of the packaging would help show people that it was high quality. I wanted it to look like a specialized design that had a sense of quality to it. David Bamberger. Finally, the marketing team would partner with companies and retailers to promote the game through certain deals and incentives. For example, if you pre-ordered the game through retailers like Toys R Us, you'd get a special limited edition
sold you too, yeah.
featuring stats and details about the game's protagonist, Cloud. Through Sears, you could get a coupon.
Oh man. Imagine, this is cool. It's like they really did think about, like, you know, making it easier to enter into, like, the getting the game.
Coupon for $10 off the game and the promotional tee. Through a partnership with Pepsi, you could receive a coupon for $5 off the game by buying a 12 or 24 pack of their soda. You could also mail in with proof of purchase for a now very rare custom Final Fantasy VII branded Pepsi cup. Walk into your local big box retailer and you'd see standees as tall as 5 feet to promote the game and Pepsi. There could likely be even more smaller promotions that I couldn't find any record of, but those may be lost to time.
Oh yeah, 5-minute prepaid phone card. Oh my god. Back in the day when those were needed.
At this point. The ultimate culmination of this campaign, however, was a series of TV commercials that would be shown during primetime television, like Saturday Night Live, The Simpsons, and even primetime sports. These would mimic the style
sports
of right down to that movie trailer voice guy, boasting of a game unlike anything you've ever played before. The goal was to capture that mainstream audience, and presenting the game in this blockbuster sort of way during some of the most viewed programming in the late 90s was the best way to do it. And...
oh, do you? That's cool. Yeah, it's kind of interesting that it's kind of lost media for promotion back then. Like, I remember, like, Nintendo 64 doing stuff like that too. Like, I think it was Pogs or something.
More than 200 animators and programmers. A multi-million-dollar production. Over 2 years in the making. And a cast of thousands. They said it couldn't be done in a major motion picture. They were right. Final Fantasy VII.
Beautiful.
Oh, FFT cars. Ooh.
Empire is sucking the life force from the planet, destroying all that's in its path. It's up to one soldier of fortune to save the world. If he succeeds, you survive. If he fails, you can always hit the reset button. only on
This man has never heard of a save game in his life.
Beyond the edge of reality lies a story of ultimate conquest, a story of war and friendship, a story of love that can never be, and a hatred that always was. And now, the most anticipated epic adventure of the year will never.
They should have brought this guy back when they announced the remake.
I don't know. I wonder if they were still alive.
On September
I
4th,
don't know.
1997, 3 days before the game's official launch in North America, demand for the game was so high that thousands of retail outlets nationwide broke the street date and began selling the game early. This caused a nationwide frenzy for the game, unlike anything PlayStation or Square had ever seen.
This probably got people to buy PlayStation 1s in general. It's like, you get that in the game. Yeah.
In the States. Here are a
It was probably priced down a bunch by then.
Gamers have been asking for this game for months. As a result of the pre-sale program we implemented for Final Fantasy VII,
With such a vibe, yeah, I agree.
thousands of copies on reserve for customers, it hasn't been enough. We've had customers asking us on a daily basis, when is it shipping? Due to this tremendous response, we have pulled out all of the stops to get this product delivered as quickly as possible. It is finally shipped and it is in our stores today. Pete Rothmeyer, Director, Senior Buyer, Videogaming.
Oh yeah, it was like $100 less, yeah.
The massive consumer demand
that would have been enticing enough for people.
Extraordinary. Our overnight sales.
Yeah, the N64 in '97 was probably still $249.
Phenomenon will continue through the holiday months. Andrew House.
And I was 13 when this released in stores, so it was like, I think I heard so much vibe about it, but I had to wait a few years to even get a copy. And
President Marketing, Sony Computer Entertainment.
Wow, Andrew House was at PlayStation for a really long time.
Final Fantasy VII would officially be released in North America.
That's incredible.
In its opening weekend, it would sell roughly 330,000 copies.
Man, old like point of sale.
Making Final Fantasy VII the highest grossing video game ever released.
Point of sale UI, that's just really dang.
Box office blockbuster G.I. Jane by $5 million. By the holiday season, the game would sell a staggering 1 million copies in North America alone. To put this release into perspective, let's look at the numbers. Excluding re-releases or modern ports of any kind, only looking at original release sales from the time, using the best resources I can find, let's compare. Starting with the first release, Final Fantasy for the NES, it sold approximately 700,000 units. A respectable number, no doubt, but due again largely in part to that marketing campaign by Nintendo. Final Fantasy II or IV on the Super NES would sell just short of half that at 340,000 units. Final Fantasy III or VI on the Super NES would prove more successful than its predecessor, selling 450,000 units, while still failing to come close to the original game's success 4 years prior. The next release, Final Fantasy VII, would go on to sell approximately 3 million copies in North America alone, more than every previous release combined. And that's not even counting the
because back then is when consoles were really affordable.
At long last, Final Fantasy and the JRPG had
now, like, even with niche consoles, like not consoles, but like take like a handheld like the Analog Pocket, you're paying over $200 and God knows what else for it.
Yeah, could have failed. Technically, creatively, commercially, but instead it became the product of a perfect storm. Cutting-edge technology, a bold shift in platforms, a team willing to learn, and a company prepared to bet big. Square left behind the safety of cartridges and sprites for a leap into the unknown. Full motion video, 3D graphics, CD-ROM storage, and a cinematic approach to storytelling and gameplay. Sony, eager to prove the PlayStation's potential, gave
well, sadly everything
and
has
when the
higher
time
prices
came,
now.
Square delivered a game that would define the era. What followed was more than worldwide success. It was a shift in perception. Final Fantasy VII showed the world that video games.
Well, let's talk like upcoming consoles. I'm not sure that people really have the appetite for
It set a new
putting several
standard, not
$100,000
just for RPGs, but for what video
not
games can
100,000,
be.
but $100 for a new
Today, its
console.
influence is seen everywhere.
Oh, I never knew Adventure Time made a reference to Final Fantasy VII. That's cool.
Things haven't got quite that bad yet. Yeah, I love Adventure Time. It's a great cartoon.
And all
I knew Robot Chicken had one of these. I think I saw it on TV like a decade ago.
I think that might be one of my sister's favorite cartoons. This is
While
like
it may
Adventure
sound
Time,
cliché to say
and
that it made Japanese role-playing games
I like
mainstream, or that Final Fantasy VII put the Final
I like
Fantasy
Gumball.
series on
I
the
think
map.
Gumball's still
The
on,
truth
but
is,
somewhere
it did
else
both
now.
of those things and so much more. One could argue that Final Fantasy VII is one of the most important video games ever made. Not just for what it did for Japanese RPGs.
My family's favorite
but for what
cartoon
it
is
did for
Bob's
Sony as a
Burgers, though,
force
by
in the
far.
games
Oh,
industry.
Bob
Yeah, I love
Burgers is
Bob's
great.
Burgers.
Yeah.
As a company. It cemented Square as the king of the RPG genre and earned Sony and Square an army of fans across the globe.
I'm
Many
sorry,
of
I feel
whom
like I'm
still
talking
remain
about
so
anything
to this
but the
day,
video.
over
I
a
apologize.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's like it just came up, so it's like it's all right to
symphony of circumstance.
just yap about it.
Full confluence of timing, money, passion, and hard work. And I gotta say, as someone who's been playing games for basically the entirety of their life, they quite literally don't make them like this anymore.
No, they don't. I really do hope when, the dot hack game, when it's finally given more details, like they promote it hard, which would really make me happy because,
Oh, I'm sure they will. This is Bandai Namco we're talking about.
Yeah, I have faith in that. But hey, son, how you doing?
Hello, son.
Oh, you just call them Eri, son. ERI. I don't know where you got Arya from. Doing okay.
There was a streamer I used to know named Aria. I don't think they're active anymore, though.
Yeah. Is oh, I didn't. Probably because your thing is too small. Yeah.
My what is too small?
Your PNG is too small, so they can't see the name correctly.
It looks fine to me. I mean, maybe that's the case on mobile, but I'm on desktop. I can see it just fine.
Probably. But anyway, that's the end of the video, basically. And I think you said you had to go.
Yeah, I do have to go.
That's fine. I'm gonna end stream anyway because I just want to just take it easy for the rest of the night. I'm not feeling my best.
I mean, I felt that was a good rap session between you and I.
Yeah, it's like, sorry, you're busy today. It's like I feel bad. So
yeah, my mom's out of town visiting a friend, and I gotta take care of Jenny. I gotta take a walk. I gotta make dinner and all this other stuff.
All right. Well, you take care, and I'll just try to get better. I'm not feeling sick, but I just feel like
I will put you into bed myself, mister. I mean, what?
Ooh, woo. Anyway, I'm gonna raid Swell since they're playing through some Mega Man, I guess.
You mean G-Pool?
Yeah, G-Pool.
G-Pool's good company. He'll take care of you guys.
There we go. Also, I'm always a sucker for Mega Man.
There you go.
Jump and shoot man.
I was watching Zofar play that last night, the first one. He was having a rough time with it.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah, it's his first time.
No, this is Mega Man and Bass, not 7. My bad.
Oof,
anyway.
That one's rough too, but
yeah, no, I know it's tough. Like, it was a late SNES game too. But anyway, y'all take care.
Yeah, we gotta run.
Yep. Goodbye.
Bye, guys.
Thank you for coming by tonight.